And welcome back, Dungeon Delvers and Peeps, to our Daggerheart open beta playtest slash campaign of Lordstone. I know in our Discord, for my players, it's called Bleeding Stone, but I'm going to change that to Lordstone just to make it easier. So yeah, that's the name of the campaign, all about Lordstones. We are down two of our players, and our cameo player will not be showing up today as well. So we only have three, but would my trio go ahead and say hi?
Hey, hey, hey.
Hello.
All right, number three will not say anything. Gotcha. Are you there, Kroll? Better
Oh
not be
no,
trolling me, or
not
if
another
he's
blue screen.
another blue screen.
Nobody said echo this time.
Echo?
Okay,
Oh, there
there
it
it
is.
is. There it is. We thought you suffered my PC's fate.
No, uh, just ran away real quick to go help the dog. She lost her ball real quick, and she was whining about it, so I muted myself real quick.
Oh, gotcha. It's funny when I was counting down and I was like, all right, say my trio, say hi. I thought you were trolling me. Just staying quiet. But we
Not this
begin.
time. Not this time.
Not this time. Quilbert and Billy move up, but not too close to any windows or anything. But here before you, you see a large, kind of wide warehouse structure. It's possible it kind of you're on like one of the sides of it. It's kind of a long structure, and you look all the way north on the map, and you can see it goes pretty far. There are no actual windows that are at your height. They're like 10 feet up, and they're like these little. They're big enough for like maybe your head to go through, but that's about it. With the exception of maybe Kroll. Maybe Kroll can squeeze through. But you do see there are like wooden shutters on all these windows. On the inside, it's a bar. It's also barred, so it's like this little barred window, like a prison cell kind of window, and right behind it are these wooden shutters. You see
So not
us.
the overly flamboyant windows that bards tend to have.
Yes, not quite that. This is literally like just something that they begin opening them all up during the day when they need natural light and begin working in the warehouse.
Gotcha.
You see a set of double doors that are there, these warehouse doors that are closed, and that's where you see there's this very dim, low light coming from underneath it. It is nighttime. You all have done well avoiding any guard's suspicion. You know, the guards this night that you met. I will say, Echo, previous session, two of the players were worried that the guards they bumped into were the ones were that interrupted your chase. They were worried, like, oh god, are these any of these guards familiar? Luckily, not. None of the guards have been familiar since then.
Oh, good.
It's a rather large city, so they kind of have to move about whatever their patrols are. Uh, there have been a few citizens that are kind of up and about at night. Either they're just closing up, or no, it's actually quite late. So there are some night walking people, but not many. You don't see any, at least on the street you're on, but you have passed by ones not too long ago. And there is a chance there can be guards patrolling along these streets, but you do not see any at the moment. Now, can you all see the map, or at least what I allow you to see, the street?
Yes.
Yes.
And thanks to my X-ray vision, I can see inside. I'm kidding.
Nice. What's inside?
100 enemies. It's a good thing I brought this fireball spout.
Okay, but hear me out. This electrosense would definitely come in handy a little bit for this. I should be able to maybe be able to tell if we've got a full warehouse or an empty one.
Sure. If you'd like to
First
give me
roll?
an instinct roll, yeah.
Heck yeah.
You can spend a hope to use your electrosense.
Okay. Absolutely.
That is a 12. That is a 17
I messed up.
with fear.
That's
did you?
supposed to be a 18. I put +1 instead of +2. My bad.
And
But either
18
way.
with fear.
Yeah.
The electrosense is always something that can be naturally there, but as you try to focus in on a place to detect like life energies, essentially, you get a handful of individuals, maybe almost a dozen, within the warehouse. But in so doing, trying to focus in, you take a point of stress.
Alrighty.
So I can sense more than a handful of people inside. We're talking close to a dozen.
You look like you just got a headache there. What was all that about?
I mean, I have to focus for sensing that type of thing. It can be pretty stressful, especially with the distance and counting out how many people are in that building can be a little bit more complex than some other uses of my abilities.
I see. Well, how accurate is that?
I mean, it's pretty accurate. I wouldn't say it's exactly 12, but it should be around 12. From what I can tell, I could be mistaking one person for being two, or mistaking two people for being one in some instances. I'm not saying my count is exact, but we're definitely not up against an army of 20 inside.
12 is still pretty much an army, though. It's a good
Yes,
force
it's-
for a small group like us.
Absolutely.
Unfortunately, it sounds like you can't really pinpoint one specific person, but
Can I tell who's closest to the entrance in front of us? Or how many are right inside?
the signature, you pick up one that's maybe somewhat barely beyond this door.
Okay.
The rest are a little bit more northward in the structure. Kind of scattered out, like spread out.
I can try and put some people to sleep and see if that will help us narrow some down, but I have to be close to them to do it.
That would be smart.
Echo. If you connected with me, would you be able to hear the conversations that I'm having with someone? Or will I have to like repeat everything I say and they say mentally? Ugh, getting a headache just thinking about it.
That's fair. You wouldn't have to repeat what you said, I don't think. But I wouldn't be able to hear them, no. You'd have to convey to me what they said.
Because I'm pretty confident I can sneak in myself, but getting you two in would be... you guys in. I mean, if we had, like, we have a specific target we want, I could definitely try to locate them and maybe make planning for that plan of attack a bit easier.
Quilbert looks back to you all and says, maybe Billy and I can loop around, see if there's another side to this structure. If you get into trouble, maybe we can hit them from another side. Distract some of them.
If that was the case, then maybe Echo should make the connection with you.
Probably.
All right. The sea urchin looks up at Echo.
Alright, as long as we're sure. And then she will go ahead and cast telepathy on Gilbert.
All right. Echo has telepathic link with Quilbert. Quilbert and Billy, their tokens are there, but I'm moving them into the darkness. Begin to move south and try to find another place to go around this structure to the opposite side. All right. You're not waiting too long. You're maybe there for 5 or 10 or so minutes before Quilbert speaks back to you, Echo. Say, it's almost an exact, like, mirror of that side of the warehouse. There's another double set of doors on this side. But it's still on the south side of this warehouse. It's not. There's nothing we can see as another entrance in. He also says
She'll
to
convey
you.
that to everybody else.
He'll also say to you the other set of double doors is 5, 10, 15, 20, 30, 35. About 75 to 80 feet away from this one to the left.
She'll let everybody else know. It could still work as a separate point of entry between the two of us if we have to rush in for any reason. Though it might be a good idea if Kroll goes first and sees what things. I don't want to split anybody up any further, but
I'm curious. Just a quick question. How many about how many feet is each square again?
5 feet.
Okay.
And we'll say why not, because I'll reveal it to you. Basically, Quilbert will describe to you what he sees on the opposite side.
Interesting.
So, okay, so it looks like basically an opening to drive something through, and that goes through both sides.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
And there's no windows or anything uncovered that we can see.
They all appear to have the wood shutters on them in the same bars, but they're the ones that are 10 feet high, not quite our eye level.
Well, shoot, I could boost one of you up onto my shoulders, and that should make at least 10 feet.
I imagine Echo is kind of acting as the owl between the two groups, the communicators.
Yes.
Quilbert will say, maybe try Kroll.
I think the big thing is to determine what we hope to accomplish. Are we trying to sneak in? Are we trying to get someone out? In which case we would need to know who the leader is. Or are we just trying to crash in and cause chaos and see if we come out on top? Those are very different plans.
Well,
Probably the best bet is to sneak in or get somebody out. I don't think crashing in with 10 or more opponents inside is in our best interest.
I mean, Echo, if you got some kind of big bang, you know, take out multiple enemy kind of thing, then bashing down the door could be fun. Not gonna lie, I have a couple of my own tricks I could take out a couple of people, but 12 is still a mouthful.
And that's coming from the rivet.
Yeah, haha, big mouth. Ah.
I'm not quite equipped yet to handle that.
So,
Kroll, do you want to climb up on my shoulders and see if we can get you up into the window and get you a peek inside?
sure, why not?
You'll see there's a window here, here, or yeah, all along. Like every 10, 15 feet, there is a window.
And this right here is a double door,
Yes.
and there's one over up here as well.
No, the other set of double doors is on the opposite side.
Okay, so here and here. Gotcha.
They couldn't find a back area to the building. It appears to like directly connect with like other buildings.
Okay. Is there? How tall is this building, by the way?
It's like 25 feet tall.
I'm
Okay.
trying to remember how to move my token.
Click and drag. Is it working or not? Yo, you have to have the arrow selected on the tools. on the left side.
Yeah, that's not working either for me.
Let me see. Oh, that's probably why. You know what? I think this is what happened last time too, and have forgot to update it. I said, "Oh yeah, I'll fix that." Haven't gotten around to it. I keep forgetting.
Well, it's working now. Thank you, thank you.
No problem. So, Kroll, Raycor helps you up. You're on his shoulders, and you are at eye view of this window. Can't see anything. There are 2 iron bars in this little, like, big enough for like a medium slash like large enough entity for their head to peek through. You are a lot smaller than that, so you could probably fit your whole body through. But it does have like these wooden like shutters on it, closed. Now the bars are still problematic. You would still have to figure out how to slip through the bars. Even with your small size, it's not a lot of space.
Could I see if there's like any way that I could like maybe pop one of the bars out, pry one of the bars out without making too much of a fuss? Is there any loose bars?
Well, you should be able to fit through no problem. You just have to maneuver it because you're smaller than the opening, he was saying.
There are bars in the opening, though.
Question.
Yeah.
Is it common knowledge for the party now that Kroll can teleport through shadows?
I think
Technically-
Quill is the only one who knows.
Yeah, technically, Quill's the only one who saw it, and Kroll has never actually talked about it.
Okay. Then Echo's just being supportive.
But I do like the idea. What? And you said I can't really see anything because there's wooden shutters.
Yeah.
Could I take my dagger and kind of pry it open?
Sure. You have a feeling these might have like a little like a simple little like hook that slips into like a
Yeah, he would just
loop
flip
that
the
probably
dagger
locks
up
it.
and kind of jimmy it up.
Yeah, give me a finesse roll.
Yeah.
Not a hard DC.
Almost forget how to do this. Regular finesse. I don't add anything to the modifier. It's just +2. Ah, poo. So that's 8. Why is it?
Sorry.
Okay, so that's 11 with fear. I don't know why it gave me a 5 instead.
Yeah, something didn't work there.
That's whatever. It is 11 with fear. You did beat the DC though. I'll say you take a point of stress as it's just like
I'm getting frustrated. It's not.
yeah, the knife's in there and you're trying to keep it as quiet as possible. That's the other part. It's like it just should be easy, like up and it's removed.
So, somehow he's managing to just like pry shavings off and like work his knife around the freaking latch.
Yeah, pretty much. After a little bit of elbow grease, though, you are able to get it open.
Got it. Okay. It is It is nighttime, right? There isn't anything really casting a shadow.
Yeah. The moon is it's not at your backs, so there won't be moonlight creating a shadow or anything. But regardless, you can see there about that much. You can see a
See,
couple individuals across from you, this in this
oh,
warehouse
oh,
space from within, because you're able to move the shutters just a little bit, and you can see in. You can hear some conversations. You can hear some laughter. Yeah.
who met Soul? No, sorry.
Oh, really? Yeah. Whoa.
um,
You notice there is a little doorway here. So there's a little walled space, but then there's a corner that cuts around.
hey. Hey, Rancor. Shift me over to the other window.
Will do.
This one. This one.
All right, same thing here.
He sees that this one's locked and tries to pry it open if need be.
Oh yeah, another finesse.
Hopefully, hopefully quieter. Dang it!
18 with fear. I'm actually going to take a fear token for this one. But you do open it, and inside before you, you see there's an individual who's sitting behind like this counter, and he's looks like he's looking over some papers.
Does he seem like no head, just no head of a no head of an organization, just a door greeter?
This person is more of he appears to be a more elderly human. Not elderly as in not incapable of fighting. You can see there is a short sword at his side. He's got some glasses and he's reading over these papers. He is not dwarven, which you got the description of the guy who's in charge of the warehouse, and within is a dwarven fellow.
Mm-hmm.
Real quick, Echo.
Yes.
How does your sleep ability work?
Pardon me while I read the spell. I can put someone very close to me asleep. I do have to know where they're at. I'm not entirely sure if I have to see them, though. I imagine that would make it far easier.
Interesting. Okay.
It doesn't actually say line of sight in the spell, just very close range.
And I
Although-
think I think if someone's able to tell you exactly where they are, how far, I think you could do it. You can make the spellcast roll. There was a chance I might give you disadvantage though. But yeah, I don't think you need line of sight.
How long does it last?
It really depends. If you hit them, they wake up a lot faster. But, after they're asleep, it really just depends on how much of a good heavy sleeper they are.
AKA
Out of character. It's until the DM play. Yeah.
spends fear.
Exactly. I was gonna say out of character. It depends on when the DM wants to make their asses back up.
Man, it'd be great. They're asleep and spend 2 fear. They wake up. Who are you?
I would say this is definitely a potential way in, this specific window, but let's try some more windows first.
Kroll would very quietly try to close the window again. Nah, I don't think this one's a good entryway.
Well, if we were to put him to sleep, just one person, and get into this room, which is closed off from the rest of the warehouse, we could subdue this one, tie him up, make him quiet, and that way, even if he wakes up, he's out of commission.
Yes, but the only one we could get through that window would be Kroll, and then we have to go through a different door.
Yeah, then I would have to get the door open over there. Anyway, let's back up from the window.
But it is good to know to keep an eye out whatever we do, that one person is in there all by his little lonesome.
It's an entry point. I don't favor this one, but
I haven't seen a better entry point yet. That's all I'm saying.
and I agree with you, but that just means let's keep looking. So let's go for this one.
All right.
Hopefully it kind of connects the room a little bit. Finesse again?
Sure is.
Let's hope it's not with fear.
DC's a little higher on this one. For reasons.
Hey, help!
16 is enough, and it is with hope.
I regain a hope. I'm going to need it.
Let's see what's behind window number 3.
You see before
Immediately,
you
he just
room.
goes quiet. Oh!
You see 3 individuals in here. One that appears kind of goblinoid, but is standing about 7 feet tall on the southern side of the room. You see a tall human individual with nice clothes, with a kind of very luxurious white mustache, and you also see a bald dwarven individual who are sitting in a chair. They appear to be in a conversation. You do see a little bit more beyond that, as there are little windows to this room that look into... You can only see in a line, though, that appear to look through the warehouse, and you can maybe see through that one there.
It's always window number 3.
Yeah. And there's one more window, but you can't quite see through it. You can see, but you can probably guess it's just more of the warehouse.
You see Curl kind of give a wide smile, and he doesn't say anything, but he kind of gives a thumbs up,
The
and then
dwarven fellow
motions to be quiet.
The dwarven fellow appears to be looking at a paper, and he's smoking a pipe. Are the shipments ready? Yes, they will be ready by the morning. Our expedited process ever since our employee has alerted us to some strange individuals looking into us. Good. Want this all gone by the morning. You see he gets up from the chair. Begins to move towards an edge of the room that appears to be a door. The individual in here kind of looks at a few documents and then just kind of replaces his position with the goblinoid individual of looking out the window, overseeing the warehouse, while this individual moves over to this window.
Kroll, what do you see?
Move me over one window. Down. We'll try to pop the lock on this one.
Very well.
We had a white. You said he was dressed in white, or
No,
that was
well,
this
this
guy, right?
individual, he's dressed rather regally, like he's in fancy clothing. The colors, they're blue, we'll say.
Okay.
But he's bald and he's got a very pale white long mustache. A fancy mustache.
We found our. I think we found our dwarf. We also got a guy in a blue suit, white facial hair. Did he seem to be the higher up between the dwarf and him?
No, the dwarf appeared to be the higher up.
And what about the goblin who didn't say anything? Does he look like more hired muscle?
Yeah. He more looks like hired muscle.
Okay.
Another thing I forgot to say, actually. This, when you were looking through, it was at eye level. You weren't like at a high up point looking down at them. That room you were looking into appeared to be higher elevation. So there's some stairs that led up to it somewhere.
Okay.
All right, go ahead and make the finesse roll.
Let's go. Pickles. 13 with fear.
13 with fear. Okay.
That's three almost in a row with fear. That's bupkis.
You will take a point for stress for this because you do look within. See, there's a set of stairs before you that go down to the rest of this warehouse area. You can see another goblinoid-like individual, big one there. The dwarf appears to be in a conversation, and as you're moving and you're opening this up, the dwarf's gaze looks up. Lads! We got company! He sees the shutters opened.
Yeah, hide.
I
Damn.
throw Kroll onto the roof.
All right. Give me a strength check.
I use a prayer die.
Oh, you're gonna use a prayer?
Just a moment.
All right.
Okay, sorry. It's still with fear, but instead I roll a 12 there.
You roll a 12?
Yeah, that's the total for my roll instead of an 8.
Oh, 12?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll say
Too
that's
bad he
enough.
can't add the prayer to the hope side of things.
So yeah, Kroll, see the tile, there's like these sharp edges of like this tiled roof that's like going over the edge, so it's not like just a straight like wall that and you beat the roof. It goes up a little over for the case of like water dripping off of it. You almost felt like Raycor was going to throw you into that and you were going to be impact. But nope, just barely miss it. And you can land
shit.
on the roof safely.
Okay. Now go hide.
You hear shouting
And-
from inside, and individuals begin to rotate themselves.
Do they
I know
get a
this
chance to
isn't-
run?
I would like
I
to know
know
what
this.
your plan is.
I know this is an ideal echo, but I wanna put the guy inside the one window to sleep. If he's still there.
The one in the room by himself, or the one upstairs? The window we were just peeking in. Or Kroll was.
The one by himself, because that way he has less of a chance of being woken up.
Okay, I can give it a shot.
I can boost you up so you can see him directly.
I mean, she is 6.5 feet of wrought iron, but okay.
The action tracker is in play
Okay.
now, but it's not necessarily combat.
Yeah, she would have to make her way back down there. I don't know
So
what kind of
uh,
distance she's got for that.
you'll have to make an agility roll, otherwise they get to act, or it's part of the action tracker, you know.
Sounds good. I'll make an agility roll.
Yeah, you'll have to make an agility roll to get that far.
Everybody does, or just him?
No, well, those two, because they're moving to that
Okay.
window. That's enough.
Sweet.
With hope.
One was with fear,
Ah,
which means I'm gonna.
we're just
I'm gonna do
filling
something
that
you do get there.
that fear pool of yours, aren't we?
Oh yeah.
I know. It was so close to a critical success, too. It had just lined up.
You hear someone yelling out, "It appears they've been watching us, sir." You hear locking happening on windows. Secure the windows. They've been peeking through. You heard them. Get to those windows. Make sure they're locked tight. Watch the doors.
Yes. Yes. Come closer.
Could Kroll quickly with silent footsteps, the Lightfoot Wildborn can I go to the other side and tell them to tell the other two to hide or get ready if they're
You like to go and tell the other two to hide or get ready?
if you can't find someplace to hide, get ready for. All right, stay away from the windows.
Is that what Cole wants to do?
Yeah, he's gonna run over
Oh,
to the
okay.
side.
Give me an agility roll.
So with Lightfoot, you have advantage on rolls to move without being heard. Would that take into account?
No. This is to
Okay.
get there fast enough to tell them.
Okay.
This is speed of the essence, not necessarily stealth.
And you said agility. 19 with hope.
That is enough. So you get to plop yourself over there, somewhere on the roof, shouting down to them, to Quilbert and Billy, to hide.
Okay.
They move.
Oh, hold on a sec.
Billy moves into basically like behind a. Basically dives into like a crate that's open as his wolf form, and Quilbert kind of just goes, I'm gonna get on the roof. And he just begins climbing up.
He's up here with me. All right, cool.
Pretty much. You guys have been the rooftop buddies thus far. But you hear all kinds of shouting happening from within.
Echo, can you see inside?
Can I try to keep track of our dwarf friend's voice? If he seems to be shouting orders, I want to kind of try to keep a close to around his position.
Sure. But on the roof.
Yeah.
So, we are in an action tracker moment, so anything you're deciding to do will add to the action tracker for my action tokens. It's essentially your turn, so who would like to go first? The situation with Echo or the perception with Kroll?
Let's do Echo. I want to, because I'm kind of safe up here. It's those two I'm worried about.
Very well. Echo,
In
you're
that
lifted
case-
up to see the window. It is not locked. The person has not moved in their position. However, they are getting up. They're alerted. And they just look over at the window. What do you do?
I'm gonna cast Slumber.
Okay.
And so it is a success on a spellcasting roll, so I'm gonna do that
Very well.
now.
$23 with hope.
I'd call that a success, hopefully.
I think it's specific to the spell. I think it should say... Oh, wait, no, against their difficulty. Yeah, it definitely does. They do not have a difficulty of 23. All right.
So yeah, they're asleep until they take damage, or you decide to use a fear to wake them up.
They look up at you, and it looks like they're about to draw a blade and rush towards the window before their eyes just kind of half close, and then
He just
kind
gives a
of
tiny
falls.
little wave.
He just kind of falls. His head does hit like the counter as he falls, but no damage other than maybe a bruise when he wakes up. He is asleep.
He's out. And then she'll have Raycor lower back.
Okay, I'm going to reach up and just get rid of those bars real quick.
All right. How would you like to do it?
I'd like to bend and pry them off of the structure.
Okay. Give me a strength check.
Can I use my Orderborn dedications for valor? I'm trying to get in there and win the day.
I'd say so. It's a crucial moment to get in.
Okay.
So your valor part, your dedication would work for this.
20 with fear.
A 20 with fear. Yeah, you are able to remove these bars. And they pop out. However, the window itself is still small. This might be very difficult for especially you, Raycor, to get through.
How small is the window?
It is basically a foot wide.
Oh, well, yeah, that's definitely too difficult for me.
Echo perhaps could.
It's like an arrow slit almost? Or is it more of like a ventilation?
I don't think Echo can.
It's a little wider than like a little ventilation thing. It's a foot wide little window because these are not made for like they're not made as like big windows. They're just made as little things at like 10 feet points to kind of let in light during the day.
How tall is it? Is it a foot square window?
It's like a foot and a half tall. And
Echo's not making that through there. We forget she's made of metal. She only bends where she joints. She can't suck it in.
Echo, who are you in contact with? Telepathically.
Quilbert.
Okay. Let Quilbert know we've got an opening and the size of which the opening is. Because I don't see Kroll, but maybe one of them wants to get inside and subdue this one while we get ready to bust through the main door.
I said to hide. Busting through ain't hiding.
Yeah, speaking of which, there is one more thing Echo wants to do before she gives up her turn, so to speak, and that is cast Mysterious Mist in front of the only door out of this place. And then she's going to step into it.
You will have to wait because Raycor did roll with fear. It's my boys' go. Based on how many actions have occurred. People are going to move. Because none of them are viewed, I'm just going to put a mental note of where they're going. That's just their last position you saw them in. I'm going to roll a d20 on my end real quick, just to see what a guard decides to do. Okay, it does not. Okay. I'm going to spend fear for the dwarf. Just going to shout out some commands.
Does Kroll hear him?
Give me an instinct roll.
Oops.
As like a reaction to this.
Okay.
You hear him
Okay.
shout. Oh, you haven't rolled yet. Keep going.
Rolling. Yeah.
20 with
Almost a crit, but 20 with hope.
You hear him shout out, "Grab the merchandise. Use it on the invaders if they come in." He's applying benefits to his boys, particular ones.
Oh boy.
That is the bad guys' go. No one seemed to enter the little room that the guy who's still asleep. All right, now you can. I'll say where the dwarf is in the building is he's here. That's just where he last was, where you saw him. But because you don't have eyes on him, but you heard him from somewhere here. And Echo, you wish to cast a spell?
Yes, I wanted to move in by the door and cast Mysterious Mist.
Okay, so by the double doors. So you
Yes,
casting
like
it like
right there.
like in the area, or you?
Yes,
trying to
so
cast
you
around?
you use an action and spend a hope to cast a temporary thick fog that encircles a stationary area up to very close range of your current location. Everyone within this fog is hidden to anybody outside of it.
Okay, so it's a 15-foot radius sphere. Around which point? The door.
Basically where she's standing by those doors, so that anybody who opens the door and tries to come out, it's not going to see them automatically.
Okay, 15 feet in all directions, which is 3 squares. Out from where Echo is standing at that location is just a fog cloud. Does it go through walls and stuff? As in, does it also affect interiors?
I would imagine. I'm guessing since there's cracks in the door and whatnot, it would theoretically seep through.
Yeah, possibly the door, but maybe not into that room that the guy's asleep.
Yeah,
Do the
probably not.
ghost in the fog routine.
Hell yeah.
Anything that makes her harder to hit. She's a squishy little bean.
Very well.
But she's not squishy. She's actually quite rigid.
That's fair. She's a breakable little bean.
It's like one of those things where it's like, shouldn't you be like indestructible with the material you made? It's like, but one person taps and all the gears start getting stuck.
Don't do that.
Suddenly your leg doesn't work
Oh dear.
because the gears decided to pop out. All right. Well, that counts as an action, but there's no roll needed, nor am I spending fear to take my turn, so who would like to go next?
For Kroll, is it possible that like he can hang from the roof and still get into one of the windows?
Yeah. The DC is harder, though, because they're basically moving and securing the area.
Okay. Just trying to think what I can do. From my position.
Echo, could you let Kroll know that this window is open for getting into?
She would have told Quilbert when you asked her to, so
okay.
it's up
Sweet.
to Quilbert at that point if you let Kroll know.
Is there... What is actually up on this roof? Is there any like possible points of entry or anything like that?
No. It's a very
Or like chimneys or like
there's no chimneys. It's essentially like just a big like curved like it's a slanted roof, tiled roof that gets to a
Okay.
midpoint and then slants off the other side. There are no chimneys or like roof windows or anything. Being it's a warehouse, most likely there's not a fire source. It's mostly a storage space.
okay. At the moment, Kroll's kind of up on top, tapping his foot, going, "What can they do?" All right.
Technically, you have just seen parts of the room. Do you have to have line of sight of a location you need to teleport to?
Let me double check, but one shadow to another. When you step into a shadow cast by another creature or object, that's the part that I have to be in a shadow first.
It's nighttime.
So-
There's plenty of shadow outside.
You're considering darkness to be shadow?
I mean, otherwise, that is not a very good rogue ability.
Darkness very much is shadow.
Okay. Well, it says an area of darkness too. Mark of stress, disappear from where you are and reappear inside any other shadow within a far range. So no, I don't have to have line of sight.
Okay. So,
That's
in other words, the locations I can tell you that you could, because you have to, your location also has to have a shadow, right? Where you're teleporting
Yes.
to. On the map, there are like light sources on the left side against the walls, producing light for the rest of the warehouse. So, these objects, like there's these wooden pillars or these tables here, all have shadows to the right of them. You do not know where everyone is. Those tokens that you see, they might not actually be at the same spots
Okay.
once you enter. But if you feel like there's a spot that maybe can be safer, that includes an area you may have seen, like up here, that strip. Oh right, there's a pillar there. Technically you want to see that. You would see a pillar, so you could be here. That's one of potential locations. But yeah, just anywhere you see that looks like it's producing like a shadow to the right of it is where you can be.
What about now? This is risky. What about under this table?
Under which table?
This one, the one where they were having their meeting.
Oh yes. Yeah, you indeed could. You saw the table. You know of a spot that's shadowed.
And was the windows that were in there, were they barred?
No, those appear to be glass pane because they don't need bars to protect from the inside. That's just made for like the managers to oversee the rest of the crew working.
And you said I could teleport back here too, right?
Yeah. You can only
Okay.
teleport here because technically, though I marked all that, technically these circles here are pillars, so you wouldn't be able to see beyond a pillar. That's kind of in the window view a little bit. But yeah, you could teleport here because you see the pillars, so you know where there's shadow being cast.
Just one stress. I'm already gonna go half these for stress. Yeah, let's shadow step into that
Little space
that
between
spot.
the pillar and the...
Yeah, and hopefully I can hide behind crates right away, or kind of like box myself in a little bit.
Why don't I reveal the rest of that area for you? So go ahead and
Is there a
plop
door
yours-
here?
No.
No? Okay.
Go ahead and plop yourself in that spot. Which would probably be like here.
And hold on, I'm getting there.
Spent stress. You're there.
Once again, Quilbert, he just holds up a finger and slowly sinks into holds a finger to his lips and sinks into the shadows.
Are you immediately making a stealth check? Or no,
Yes.
you just have to be out of sight.
Yeah.
So let's give you the room. Let's give you what you can see.
I'll also tell Quilbert to let them know that I'm in before I go.
It wasn't quite specified before you made the action, so no, you went in. Quilbert has no idea where you're at. Oh, right, you get to reveal this as well.
What's this?
What's what?
What's this?
Just a little bit more of the warehouse that you couldn't see from other window points. Looks
Ah,
like it's
okay.
another doorway here. So it appears whatever part of this warehouse beneath them is kind of just an area for wagons to kind of get corralled and move through.
Okay.
But individuals appear to be locking doors, checking windows, checking crates, getting like stuff situated. The dwarf was here.
You said he was about, right there.
And I'll say you can spot in the window briefly, and you can see the goblinoid individual is there within the room.
Okay.
So that's what you see. You're out of sight at the moment. I'll say amongst the crates and behind the pillar. No one sees you at the moment.
Question.
Yes,
Is that a door?
that is a door.
Okay.
If anybody else wants to make a move, actually, if Quilbert saw me do my shadow step, would he probably assume that I'm inside?
What's Quilbert's knowledge? Let me see. I'm gonna make a little separate roll here. Where's the d12s? Well, I just rolled a crit for Quilbert. Okay. Quilbert says to you, Echo. Krull just disappeared. He did his shadow teleport thing. I think he's inside. I think he's sneaking about with them.
I will let Rhaegor know. This is a good thing. Okay.
If he failed, he was going to roll, he was basically going to say, Krull just disappeared. I don't know where he went.
Well, that does it. I can't wait any longer. If something goes wrong, he said there's a 7-foot goblin inside. We're looking at squashed frog if we don't take a move now. I'm gonna bust down the door here.
All right, give me a strength check.
$14 with
It is enough to break it down. Now I'll take that fear. And my baddies get to go. Left hand Zand is going to spend 2 fear. Alright, you buffoons. The next one I point at, you will prioritize your targeting with those weapons.
I'm confused.
They're activating little special abilities.
Gotcha. Can we see inside or?
Yes. I'll give you... That's what you can see.
Okay.
You can barely see, like, there's some ground that slid, like someone took a 180 and tried to run, and they slid on the ground for a second. So you see the dirt kind of have a slight like boot groove if someone just ran in to another entrance here. So you get a feeling that there was someone out there. But
Where?
the alarm was. So basically, you see like foot grooves in here that look like they move
Gotcha.
towards a double doorway here. Looks like there was someone in this area, kind of just as like a keep watch. But when the alarm was sounded, ran in.
Just out of curiosity, how close of a range is very close? Is that just immediate?
Very close is within 15 feet, so within 3 squares.
Okay.
Once
That's good to
they're-
know.
Yeah, once they are next to you, square to square, that's melee range.
Okay. Because my rain of blades is very close
Yeah, so that
range,
means
but I can attack all enemies within that area.
yeah. So if you get within a space, all enemies within 15 feet or 3 spaces would all get hit by the rain of blades.
Okay. Perfect.
You see the goblinoid individual over here, and there is a daemon over here. They both are taking out these weird rifles, these weird like constructions, like almost like a clank ranged weapon. And they're inserting like these little white shards into the top of it, and they begin to glow blue. They've got some weird weapons prepared.
Good.
The others, though, appear to be carrying just like short swords, getting ready to stab whatever comes into this area.
It's a good thing my group is planning on going into this room, right?
Oh, absolutely. That was always my plan. I do have a question as to what this is.
As to what is?
The little
Th-
black spot.
this- yeah.
You see there's a little door here.
Okay.
Possibly a little closet area or something.
Pay no attention to the orc in the bathroom.
Oh man, I really shouldn't have had that fish from that place.
It's just one NPC in there that can't be alerted to combat because he's had a
He's having a bad bowel movement.
yep.
It's a port down. It was those shrimp.
It was the shrimp.
That seafood went right through me.
It's always the shrimp. Why do I like it so much?
Echo, can you let Quilbert know that it's clear for them to get into the other bay doors?
Absolutely. And she will convey the info.
Oh, I just got on the roof. All right.
Poor Wilbert.
Poor Quilbert.
Just out of curiosity,
Plop himself down. Billy will probably see that he's there and move there. Now, I'm not counting them doing these things as action tokens because the players aren't here, unless they do something significant like a special ability or attack.
Okay.
Or
On that note,
breaking a doorway, maybe, which I actually have to roll. No, I won't count breaking the door. I'll just say that's delaying them if they fail. That is a 14 with hope. So opposite of you, Raycor. I'll say that the fog would. Actually, you can't see it. The fog. That's another thing. The fog is actually affecting your vision. that Echo made.
Does it affect our vision?
Yeah, it does.
Okay.
Yes. In my defense, I thought people were coming out to us, not us going into them.
No, they're
What's
batting.
this?
They're using it like a bunker. They're batting down the hatches.
It says we're hidden to anybody outside the fog, but we can see them.
Oh, does it?
Yeah, it doesn't say that our vision is obscured.
Oh.
It just says we're hidden to anybody outside the fog.
Very well. Then, yeah, no issues. You see Quilbert and Billy breaking down the other door.
On that note, I'm going to join them in breaking down doors, and I'm going to go for this one.
Very well. Give me the strength check.
Well, I'm just going to roll crap all day.
12 with hope. It is with hope. But it's not quite enough force to break through this door. You cut into it, and I'm going to say I'm going to take my turn, and I'm going to spend a fear as if that loud noise woke the guy who had sleep. What the?
But he's not armed. At least he's not
Oh,
primed.
why am I putting the X? He's not primed, but he wakes up. What is going on?
Go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep.
He hears the crashing of the axe into the doorway. Oh no, no, no! I'm gonna activate him, and he's gonna move to this door, lock it. And his action is yelling, "Boss, someone's breaking through to the office here!"
Could I hear that?
Most likely, yeah.
Okay.
Dwarven fella, there's not much they can do other than get ready, so they are simply prepped. This guy would probably move up to the top of the stairs. This goblin individual would probably go to that window. No, he would check the window. They would switch places. These guys with these weapons are getting ready. This individual is probably moving here to check the windows. That guy's ready. The dwarven individual is going to move there to kind of keep hidden. And then there's a guy at the door who looks like he's keeping it locked. He's like battening down. He's basically putting a couple beams of like to barricade the door as much as possible.
Could I get like a better look at where they're pulling out these weapons?
Give me an instinct roll.
Okay. 10 with fear.
Hard to tell. There's a lot of crates here.
Okay. How durable do, like, just from like general assessment, between humans and goblins, which ones look less durable?
The ones that appear to be human are kind of just like they're hired hands, but they all have weapons. They don't necessarily look like they're like the bounty hunter type of material, right? They don't look like they're that strong, but they look like they're capable of swinging a sword at least. The goblinoid individuals, they look like they're goblins, but goblins are not known for this size. These guys are 6 to 7 feet tall.
Okay.
They appear to brandish their weapons a little bit more. They probably look like they're a little bit more efficient in combat. The noble individual pulls out a rapier, and he's basically like, yes, on my mark, you will fire. Very snobbish. Dwarven individual appears to just be like cracking his neck like he's almost excited for a fight to come in. And then you do see Damon who's holding a rifle just like this goblin is. It's hard to tell with his skill, but he does seem to be using whatever this weapon is. He seems to have a know-how for it.
So just the daemon is holding the rifle?
No, and this goblin individual here.
Okay.
The one inside
So
the
two-
window, though, you see he has a falchion. But he's mostly keeping watch. I'd say because that's in fear, though, that I think they're going to move. They're all going to stay in place except for the goblin that's up there. He's going to move down to here, getting ready for melee.
Okay. Is the window open? Okay.
Window is
See if
not
it's
open.
open.
So it's not really a, like, openable window. It's more just a glass pane they put there to kind of just built in to kind of oversee stuff.
Okay.
If you'd like a way to somehow get through it, possibly can.
Yeah, let's see if we can't try to sneak into, like, to open it up somehow without breaking it or making any loud noises.
Yeah, it's like that typical window where it's like it's the wooden cross in the frame itself, and there's four mini glass panes.
Yeah.
But it's not openable that it slides up. It's kind of just built in to this little office space.
Oh, so
the warehouse.
So there wouldn't be a way for me to get in.
Not to quite like slide it up or anything like that. But if you want to try something that maybe pops out a window pane for you to slide in, perhaps. DC can vary though.
Could I use... screw it. Attack roll has advantage. Okay. Let's just gonna rack up the stress points here. Gonna step through the shadows again. Appear right next to this guy.
All right.
Right behind this guy.
The door is closed at the moment.
Okay. And then I'm going to hopefully put an end this guy quietly. Stealth kill.
Okay. Give me a finesse roll, right? That's what it uses for your weapon?
For dagger, yes. And because I was hidden, I make the attack at advantage.
Yes, you do.
Advantage. Finesse. Of course, but that's 25.
That is gonna hit. Go ahead and roll the damage.
So 1d8 plus 1d6.
Oh, sorry. The weak guys, they're also outfitted with like a light crossbow and a short sword. Not just a short sword. But yeah, they're still the same thing. Their skill level is not compared to some of the others.
Is it 1 or 2? Just 1. Okay.
Get your sneak attack if you'd like.
8 damage.
8 damage. That does bypass their major. And they only have 2 hit points, so you do kill him off. Behind him, you slit his throat, keep him from making any sound. And he's dead.
All right.
In the process of that, though, you rolled with fear.
Yep.
So I'm gonna make an active.
Who was that, by the way, that he just killed?
Just a grunt.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Okay, no.
The stealthy crow.
They are waiting in position. This guy, however, he locks the door, taking 1 action token to move him. He's taking a light crossbow. He's like terrified now. Oh no, that guy only has a short sword. That guy specifically. But that's my go. Back to the players.
Okay. I'm going to be attacking a different door since I'm not going through 2 doors if they already knew that I was attacking the office. Because no. So I'm going to the main doors now.
Very well.
And I'm just gonna slice my axe right through it.
All right. You will have advantage as Quilbert will assist you in this.
Sweet.
Is this guy behind? Is the
Oh
daemon
my
behind
gosh.
anything?
Sorry, say that one more time.
Is the daemon guy behind anything?
So he's behind like these large tables with stuff on them. He's basically has a rifle aimed at the main doors.
Okay. So there, it's like waist height table.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's a 14 with hope ahead.
That is a success.
Break it.
You chop it through the center first, where it hits like this wooden beam that someone was putting as like a barricade to it, and you chop just clean through it. This electricity arcing through, and the doors kind of begin to swing open. I'll say because of that, roll just a strength attack against this guy. You weren't overtly attacking him, but just the force of the doors getting swung open.
Okay.
Want to see if it hits the guy. This doesn't count towards hope or fear either. This is just a result. 23. Okay. What is your axe's damage? Go ahead and roll that. We'll count that for the door flinging in and smacking this guy. For 7 points. That's beyond his major threshold. He only has 2 hit points. So he gets flung. Ah! The door cracks his head and he goes flying. You now can see into a room Raycor. However, there were 2 attacks going your way. Basically like a reaction of sorts. $14.19. They'll strike your evasion. Oh, actually, sorry. Only one of those actually could roll against you from where you're standing. The other one is against Quilbert. Yeah. What's your evasion, Raycor? If you are saying something, I cannot hear you.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. My evasion is just a 5.
A 5, okay. Quilbert's is definitely not higher than yours. So, I have a little thing set up for players not here, so we'll just do... It's plus 5 because the snobbish individual, as soon as the gates open, fire! He says that. And a boot. Oh, not a lot. A
That's good.
beam of blue energy from the Damon here fires his rifle and it strikes into you, Raycor, for 7 points of magical damage.
So instead, it does nothing. I'm gonna mark an armor slot.
Very well. It just reflects off your scales. The other one hits Quilbert for... Quilbert is going to spend armor to not take anything. So it's just these 2 blue beams fire through. And they just ricochet off your guys' forms. That was a reaction, though, so it's not their turn yet, though. So...
Where did the shots come from?
Damon here. Goblinoid individual here.
Okay. On that note, I'll be taking that weapon.
Very well. Echo, are you moving up as well?
Question before I do that.
Yes.
What is the max distance for close range?
Should be 30 feet.
Yeah, close is 30. Up to 30. Very close is up to 15. Close is up to 30. Far is up to 100. And then beyond that is very far.
Okay. She's just gonna move in next to Quilbert right now then.
Very well.
Would you be able to see the Damon above? You know, like, is his head sticking over the tables, or is he, like, full cover behind while he tries to snipe people?
He is using it as a sort of cover. You could maybe barely see his head, but that's about it.
Is the
You're
dwarf
also
out in the
still-
open?
Outside. Dwarf looks like he's out in the open.
Yeah. He's not completely out in the open. There's this, like, table thing here. If you look, it's like a foot off the ground. The dirt floor, there is a wooden platform about a foot off, and he's kind of using the table as kind of like a place to put his rifle down to aim and fire, and also using his cover.
Do I need to roll to move here?
To move there,
I'll
up
just
to
make an
30 feet?
attack roll.
No, up to close range, you can move without making an agility roll.
Okay, I'm heading there.
Very well. And
I'm
Echo,
just gonna make an attack roll at the dwarf then with my great scav and send a bolt of energy, like crackling flame at him.
you got it. A 13 with fear.
7. Because it's 7 because of the powerful, so you take the highest roll, then the +2. It's that great staff is weird.
Oh, did you
You
roll
rolled
the hit?
two
Did you
D6s.
Did you roll the hit first?
I did not, no. I'm all sorts of messed up today. Bear with me.
You're good. It's okay. You had neighbors doing construction last week.
How dark is this warehouse at the moment?
It's not super dark. All the light sources are on the left side of the building, though, which is why there's shadows on like the pillars and whatnot, tables that are going to the right.
Critical success. To hit on a 12.
That's a critical hit, which means you already rolled max, so that's already there.
That 7 is a 14?
Yeah, okay, so it is... So it's normally 7 damage. Plus 6 more.
Correct.
You're going to max out the dice. As an extra damage. So, 6, 12... You're at
Funnily
13
enough,
again.
still 13.
Yeah, still 13. Okay. I was going to say, 7's not... 7 only bypasses minor, but 13 will pass his major. The dwarf will take 2 points of damage.
Shouldn't it be 14? 6 plus 6 plus 2.
Yeah, that'd be 14. Still doesn't pass his major threshold. I mean, his severe.
Gotcha.
Sorry. It passes his major, it does not pass his severe.
What if I add 1 damage to that using a prayer die?
That's up to you. Do you think...
Yeah, I'm gonna do it just because it's a 1. It's not like I'm gonna use it for much else.
Okay.
Do we want to risk killing the dwarf, though? Isn't he the boss? Don't we kind of want to get answers?
You can go for it non-lethal.
That is fair. It's non-lethal as a tiny fireball to the face can get.
Imagine this little tiny fireball as it glides through where Raycor is positioned. There's like a little bit of like this electricity that kind of jolts off of Raycor onto your spell effect, adding to it.
The power of prayer.
Power of prayer. So is it adding 1?
Yes.
15. Not quite enough to get to his severe threshold. He takes 2 points of damage. Ah! Oh, you invading bastards!
Real quick.
Time for fun. What is it? Yeah, go for it.
I think he was saying he's gonna be right back.
Oh, gotcha.
In the meantime, can I go ahead and roll an attack on this fella?
Certainly. Go for it.
Actually, I'm going to do I'm going to throw my Hallowed Axe at both this guy and this guy. I think that's the dwarf, right
Yeah,
there.
that is
Okay.
the dwarf.
All right, I'm gonna hit them both real quick if I can succeed. That is. Gosh, I just don't want hope today.
Okay. 14 is enough to hit both of them.
Alrighty. That's 9 to each.
9 to each.
Non-lethal on the dwarf at least.
Cuts through the rifleman. Ugh! He's still up. Hits the dwarf. Bah!
I'm back.
Welcome back. And that was with fear. You dealt the damage to them. They each took 1, except for the rifleman who took 2, because that's past his major. Okay. Alright, got a number of action tokens. This guy's going to begin to move away. Gonna activate Mustache Man, the 2 Riflemen, the Dwarf, and I have enough to activate 2 more, which will be Grunts. Okay, let's get some Grunts going. But before they move in, the Dwarf goes, "Oh, you want to play, do ya?" He's gonna move over here. I'm gonna spend 2 fear. And use his "my warehouse is my weapon." He pulls out like a this one-handed like hammer-like weapon. He begins to lift up the table with one arm with a lot of strength and smack into it, and you feel this magical blast happen from his hammer. He's gonna make an attack roll against Raycor, Echo, and Quilbert as he launches this entire table in that direction. In a straight line. Billy will be safe.
Oh no!
Wanna play, do ya?
Oh no.
Oof, 10.
Well, that hits me.
Still hits me with my 8 evasion.
And hits Quilbert. However, point of order, that table is now gone. Cannot be used for cover, and cannot be used for that ability of his. You take 10 points of physical damage as he blasts this table, flies it in your directions. Raycor, imagine taking the biggest bulk of it as he's right there.
It's fine. I mark an armor slot. Again, I take 0 HP damage.
Yep. You're also gonna take a fear. I'm gonna spend a fear to. What is it? Launch him up to. Yep. As he hits the table, you take no damage, but you are flung far range from him. Which is going to be about there. Sliding on your back, but you did take no damage. It's just the force of it flung you. Right, come on in. There's more where that came from. That's his go. I spent a bunch of fear on that. These guys are going to begin to... they can only get up to there. Yeah, they can only get up to there, because... Oh no, it says I can move them within range. No, they would have to spend fear for that. Very well. Okay. Those guys move there. Both the riflemen, they basically are taking an action to basically reload. The guy with the mustache. Reload your weapons and fire my mark. This guy's
just
gonna move here.
Just out of curiosity, is it possible to use sneak attack with my Rain of Blades?
What does it say for sneak attack specifically?
Whenever you roll advantage on an attack roll, on an ally, or an ally is within melee range. So basically, if I were to come out of hidden and use it, that technically would count as me getting advantage on the attack.
If it's worded that way, then yeah, I guess technically, Rain of Blades, you'd add sneak attack damage to it.
Hot shit. Now, my biggest question, is there... Oh, he moved. Hold on a sec. Still good. Well, yeah. Actually, that's might be better. So I'm gonna can I spend hope or not hope another stress to appear right right here?
Yeah, there's shadows being produced by the pillar here.
Okay. I'm gonna actually I'm gonna shadow step basically right here then.
Very well. Yeah, that spot or that spot.
Actually, we'll stay away, but shadow step here. That brings me coming out of, and I'll use my rain of blades, expending 2 hope to get. Would they be considered vulnerable because they're all facing the opposite direction?
No, you just have advantage.
Okay.
Vulnerable is a specific condition.
Well, okay, because I wasn't. It says that if any targets you hit are currently vulnerable, they deal an extra D8 damage.
Yeah, that's if you get certain abilities or if someone else has abilities that cause vulnerable on them. Vulnerable does not necessarily mean like surprised. Vulnerable is kind of a little bit different. But yeah, if they are vulnerable, that would definitely work out. But currently, no. You just have advantage, but they're not vulnerable.
So against the guy with the mustache, the fancy guy, I want it to be non-lethal, but the other 2 are going to be lethal attacks.
Okay.
So first off, I'm going to do the spell attack roll, which is we'll see if it'll be a finesse, because that's what that says. Advantage. Now, do I have to roll against all 3?
No, it's one single roll.
Okay.
Same with damage.
$14 with hope.
14 with hope.
Against all 3 of these guys.
You throw 3 daggers out, or however many daggers you want to describe it as. They pierce into these goblinoid individuals, but they just ricochet off the snobbish guy's clothing. And you realize under his clothing there's a little bit of like this chainmail-esque type armor that he's wearing. The daggers seem to not affect him.
Did it not roll with advantage? It didn't roll with advantage.
Yes, it did.
Or did it?
Yeah. Because 4 and 2 together is 6. Then you add +2 from your finesse, so it's 8.
Oh, right. I
And you got
forgot the
6.
advantage is the actual D6. Right. Derp. That's my bad.
All good. So you did hit 2 of them. Go ahead and roll damage.
Get a free hope. So I'm going to pump that hope that I just got into sneak attack. So these, well, actually no. I'll keep that hope. So D8, and a D6. Ah. Is the damage +2? No, it's just D8. But the sneak attack gives me the +1.
Oh, yeah. 6 points. That is enough to bypass their major threshold, so they each take 2 points. Except for the snobbish individual with the rapier. He just kind of turns around. What? That was my new shirt! That was with hope, though, which means it's not their turn yet. Who would like to go next? see Team
Go,
down
friend,
there.
go! Go, team, go!
Raycor and Echo.
I'm interested in doing a tag team. I've got the hope for to initiate it.
Very well.
Somebody wants to jump in.
I'll say you can tag team with. You can't tag team with Kroll at the moment, but
Darn.
you can tag team with Echo. You can tag team with Quilbert or Billy. We'll say Billy's in wolf form, and Quilbert is a melee person, so.
Okay. I'm moving here.
Very well. Who are you tag teaming with?
Um,
You can tag team with Echo as well.
I'm still here.
yeah, probably Echo.
Alright.
She laughs a fireball, you baseball it into the guy's face.
Well, I'm going to use my flying axe again, the hallowed axe attack on both of these guys that are closest to me.
Very well.
Sorry, trying to think because I can really do the one attack at a time. They're not technically within melee. I will aim the one in front of Echo, since he's a little farther away from Raycor, and just to help with my own attack, hopefully make sure he gets hit.
Very well.
19 with hope is my attack roll.
19 with hope. Alright. Go ahead and roll, Echo. Roll your attack to hit. Could get a crit, which would benefit both of you. And you do.
Oh my gosh.
You do. Okay.
I don't know why I was complaining about my good stuff earlier. It's amazing.
What does this tag team look like? Like, how do you help each other out with your attacks?
What attack are you using, Echo?
I was using the great stab, so I feel
So
like she
attack.
sends the fireball at him and just kind of knocks him back into the axe attack. Maybe just make sure it hits that much harder.
Sounds good.
I like to imagine the scene that I'm seeing before me. It's that Echo blasts into him. Raycor is running towards the guy, but he throws the axe behind him and hits the guy that that Echo launches towards him without even looking, and then Raycor brings the axe back towards the guy in front of him.
And I rolled so bad to hit, so a 4 plus whatever it is for a critical success.
So that's 4, 2 to 6. Plus another 6. So that's 12 points. And then Raycor, yours is a crit as well.
So that should be 4 plus 1 plus 10. Question mark.
So you have 5 damage, then you add a 10. You max out on the damage die. So that's 15 points. Alright. Describe your killing blows in these guys. They don't have enough to survive that.
It sounds like the axe and fire just split them in two and burn them all up. Should have barbecue striplets of what race were they?
They appear to be human.
Okay, so barbecue striplet people.
And just like that, we've invented the McRib.
Meat's back on the menu, boys.
Man, Orc should be so happy. Man flesh.
Man flesh.
They've picked up our trail. All right. That was a successful tag team. It's still your guys' go. And you both get a hope and can reduce the stress because you chose that option. So it's the crit.
Yay. Do I reduce the stress?
To reducing your stress.
Yeah. Because you crit, you can reduce your stress by 1 and you get a hope back.
I'm gonna press the advantage, and just arm rush the dwarf. Get into melee range and melee attack him.
Go for it.
Actually, hold on. Let me check the rules of my thing. Yeah, that's close range. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm going to do the multi-attack again.
All right. Got to move a little bit closer. Oh, all right. Yeah, you moved all the way there. Yeah.
And I'm going to hit the dwarf and the daemon back there.
Very well. Man, the hollowed axe mixed with your seraph ability of just being able to throw it to hit 2 targets at a time is pretty good.
Yeah, it's very nice. I enjoy my favorite weapon very, very, very much.
All right. Go ahead and roll to hit. After the dwarf smashed that table through you, you came in, you did an effort killing 2 people. Okay, that's a crit. Okay.
This is for non-lethal though on the dwarf.
Okay.
But also, just for good measure, I activate a forceful push on the dwarf in melee range. When you make a successful melee attack, you can push the target out of melee range and spend a hope to make them temporarily vulnerable. On a success with hope, add an additional 1d6 to your damage die on this attack.
And that's one of the things, Kroll, that if they were vulnerable, you hit them after an effect like that. All right, so you gotta.
That makes sense.
So you gotta. So do you spend anything for it? You spend a
Yeah,
hope?
I had to spend a hope for that. Yeah,
Okay, and
but I got hope back from it too.
so do you roll? You say you roll, and if it's with hope, they are vulnerable.
No. For that attack roll, if I succeeded with hope.
Oh yeah, you did. Okay, so they are knocked back how far?
Out of melee, so it's just he's knocked into very close, I guess.
Okay, so up to 15 feet. How far do you want to knock them?
Okay. Right about there.
All right. And roll the damage. You're automatically going to do 10.
Oh my gosh. So that's 19 on each, and I roll 1d6 extra on the dwarf.
Okay,
Who
19
knew
on each.
warehouses? Raycor's favorite terrain.
Yeah.
So 22 on the dwarf.
22 on the dwarf. That does bypass his severe damage threshold.
And I just shout back at him, "Correction, this is my warehouse."
You said non-lethal, right?
Yes, I did.
You did enough damage to take him out of the fight. He does have a reaction he can use, though. which is hope whatever realm you go to is hell. I hope whatever afterlife you go to is hell. And he makes a crack on the ground affecting all targets within close range that are enemies. Raycor's the only one affected by this. Or wait, no, so is Kroll.
Oh dang, I'm sorry, Kroll.
He takes a hammer.
You're good.
And there's a magical glow to it. He strikes the ground. Ha! And an animated fist created out of the earth or wooden boards beneath each of you punches straight up. So he's going to make an attack roll.
Not the ghoulies!
15 against both of you.
So evasion and armor, or is it just evasion?
Just evasion. Armor is when you take damage and you can reduce it.
Okay. So 11 is my evasion. So that hits.
So he does hit. This guy's a +5, so he's supposed to be the boss. So it makes sense he has the modifiers for it. So this big earthen fist comes up and punches each of you. You each take 4 points physical damage.
No.
I'm gonna use an armor to negate the 4.
Very well. Is your armor score 4?
Yes.
Yeah, so you take nothing. And Raycord?
I took 1 HP.
Very well. Last ditch effort. Falls over. Unconscious. And your axe also killed this guy.
I told him I'd be taking his weapon.
We'll put an X on Dwarf, but he is alive. We'll put the tired symbol there, like he's asleep.
Shut up. Me. Me.
Man, killing my... Okay, I'm spending fear to take my turn. These crits are coming through clutch for y'all. Spending fear, okay, I have that many tokens. I can only... Okay, I'm gonna take 2 of them. Yeah, I have to take 2 of them to do that. Okay, so let's activate. I can only activate 4 targets. So there's a guy here. He's like, the boss just went down! He's gonna take a shot at Raycor. These other guys, this one, he has a rifle that's reloaded. He's gonna take it at Echo. At range.
This one?
Yep. This person here, he is gonna maneuver himself, I think, a little bit back, but he's going to take the shot at Echo. The guy with the rapier, who's like, no, you ruined my outfit! You little cur! And him and this goblin with the falchion are attacking you.
Bring it on.
Okay, so we're gonna do the attack on Raycor. 9.
That once again hits.
6 points.
Okay, well, I'll take another HP of damage.
Very well. I'd like to imagine it's... Some of the scales are showing wear and tear from when the dwarf hit you.
Oh
So
yeah,
it's not that
my...
So I imagine that's where he's hitting you with the crossbow, is he's not piercing it, but it's wherever the dwarf hit you has been really messed up. So
Yeah.
the guy's just taking an opportunity.
My skills have taken a heavy beating.
Oh yeah. The dwarf with his hammer launching the table and stuff at you guys. At you, Echo, 6 to hit. What is your evasion?
It doesn't hit. My evasion is an 8.
Oh, This bloom beam from this rifle fires.
Like that's the first thing she's ever been quick enough to dodge.
Dodge! It misses attack. Now it's the 2 on Kroll. The guy with the rapier. And now the hobgoblin.
Ah.
They're basically hobgoblins, but they're not supposed to be called hobgoblins.
So
10, 18.
10 misses, 18 hits.
Haha! He tries to stab you. You dodge that easily, but you weren't expecting a big muscular goblinoid creature with a falchion to come up.
Ah, falchion!
Oh, I roll low. 3 points of damage.
Gonna take that as armor again.
All right. That's all my go.
All right. So just out of curiosity, to go into hidden, is that one? Would that be considered one whole action?
It would count as an action, yeah, to kind of move away from people, get into cover.
Okay.
Yeah. Basically, you don't have to roll to become hidden. That happens as soon as you can break line of sight.
Okay.
Which might not be easy because they all 3 have like different vantage points.
Oh, it's very easy for shadow stepping
Oh well, yeah.
Nightwalker.
Yeah. If you shadow step into a place they can't see, then yes, obviously you'll automatically become hidden.
So, just out of curiosity, what does it look like above us? Is there anything that I could like hang from, or?
Good question. What you could not see from like the window's perspective of the limited view is that there is like kind of like there are like these beams that are like helping hold the roof that are connecting to these pillars at about 20 feet up. There's like these beams connecting the pillars.
Okay.
Just some structuring for the roof.
So, yeah, let's shadow step up on up onto one of those beams.
All right, spending a stress to shadow step.
That's number 5.
How much stress do you have?
5
5? Oh, so you're at your
out
maximum.
of 6. 5 out of 6.
Oh, out of 6. Gotcha. So you have one
Yeah.
more that you can take. All right, easily enough.
How high is it, by the way?
They do have reactions if you move out of their range, but technically that's like a teleport.
Yeah, he just sinks into the shadow he was standing in.
You hear a ha-ha! Where did he
Huh?
go? All right.
Is there anything else I can do, or is that just it?
I mean, you can keep going, but the more times you do, the more action tokens you give me.
Okay.
So it's up to you if you want to pass it to your teammates, see what they're going to do, or immediately act.
Am I considered hidden, or should I? I'm out of sight right now, so I'm gonna use my. Since we are in combat, I'm gonna use my last stress to become hidden.
Okay.
So I'm at 6 stress right now.
All right.
Who knew being a rogue could be so stressful?
Yeah. But you killed a guy in stealth, and then you were able to knife people with a rain of blades, and still get out without taking any damage.
Unharmed.
All right, you can pass it to anyone else too. You can pass it to.
Yeah. Basically, you watch Kroll take two attacks and then immediately sink into the ground.
Takes 2 attacks. The guy turns around. He's angry. My outfit! Starts to attack Kroll, and as he's stabbing, what? Where did he go? As Kroll is no longer there.
Okay, so this is kind of a question, point of order, because I don't really know the limits of this ability. Can I touch myself?
Whoa.
I mean,
whatever.
That's really more of a you question. But...
Yes.
With sparing touch, once per long rest, use an action and touch a creature to clear 2 hit points or 2 stress from them.
Once per short rest?
Once per long rest, I can touch a creature, but it doesn't say.
You count as a creature, so yes, you can touch yourself, Raycor.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and touch myself and heal 2 points of health. Real quick.
Go for it.
Like.
Go for it. What does this look like to everybody? Not the touching yourself, but what a magical effect happens.
You just see energy arc over my body, my scales, and you can see some of the bleeding and wounds just heal themselves.
All right. Who else would like to go? Did you want to go, Echo?
Yes. I'm gonna move in to the building more.
Very well.
I am not quick at navigating Roll20.
You're good.
I think that's within close range. Oh, no.
Oh, did you move yourself all the way back?
Tried to put my mic on a button I wouldn't use very often, but occasionally the down button just messes everything else up. And I decided to take a run for it out of the building.
Sounds good. You can actually move up to 30 feet, so 6 spaces, without needing an agility roll. So you moved to 25. If you want to move 1 additional space, you can, if you're out of range of what you want to do. All right, and what do you do? Or are you just moving up?
Sorry. Then I wasn't holding down the mic. I am going to take an attack on, I think the not a hobgoblin.
So you're talking about the snobbish individual or the human with the light crossbow?
No, the one that you said was a hobgoblin, but you couldn't call it a hobgoblin.
Oh, gotcha.
The orcish individual.
Gotcha. The goblinoid one. One with the rifle or the one with the falchion?
Let's go with the one with the rifle.
Alright, so the one that's way in the back?
Yeah, he took a shot at me. It's time to take a shot at him.
Very well. $25. That will hit. It is with fear.
Darn about the fear, but that's still a pretty solid roll.
Alright, roll your damage. As you release another little fireball out from your staff.
My lord, I rolled terrible. Okay, so the highest is 3, so that'd be 5 damage.
5 damage. Is that not quite enough to beat their major threshold. So they take a point of damage. Looks like it's trying to reload its gun fast. And because he rolled
She
fear...
just scowls at him as he tries to reload. You're like, at least I get hit, asshole.
Sees you and hears that insult. It's now my turn. Let's see. Snobbish individual is gonna spend some fear. 2 fear. Reload and fire, quickly! So they automatically reloads their weapon. Action token to spend on all 4 of them, essentially. This, I'll just call him Hobgoblins, why not? He's going to move up to there. Yeah, I'll spend a fear to get him to sprint all the way to Echo. Oh, no, actually, he's going to go for Raycor, because the guy with the rifle is going to go for Echo. So this Hobgoblin individual with the falchion is going to approach you, Raycor, and is going to take a swing. With a 7.
And as usual, I am hit.
For 3 points damage. Just like it did to Kroll.
Gosh, this feels insulting to take damage on this, but my skills are done.
So do you take a hit point, or do you...
Yeah, 1 hit point.
Is it because you're out of armor slots?
Oh yeah, my skills are...
Man, you've been Spartan armor locking throughout the last session and into this. So by the time you've run out of armor...
Oh yeah, I had 4 armor slots filled going into this fight. I used the last 2 in those big hits.
So getting little cuts onto you, dealing a point of damage. And the one with the rifle is going to aim for you, Echo. 17 for that insult.
That's what I get for taunting people.
Quilbert and Billy are like so confused, they're not sure what's going on. They want to act. We'll just move them up because they feel like they would. Alright.
How much damage?
10 points of magical damage. Yeah, that's what I thought, Clank.
Okay. She's just gonna dead eye him. Well, she takes armor slots because that's a little bit.
The guy with the light crossbow, he's gonna take a shot at Raycor with an 8.
That would also
Pew!
Pew!
Pink!
2 points.
Dink!
Actually, what's your minor threshold?
My minor threshold is 2.
So he still does the 1 point of damage.
Yeah, I'm not happy right now.
Oh. Taking these little hits. It's the death by 1,000 cuts scenario. The snobbish individual already spent his action, which was causing the Hobgoblin to reload. He's now just has a hand in the air and has his other hand on the rapier looking around. Come out, little ribbit. Come out wherever you are. He's gonna move like over here. Like unsure where you went. And that's my turn.
Fantastic. So these guys right here, these two, they're ranged, but this is the only guy with the rifle. All right, so Kroll is going to come down from his spot and try to get behind him. The fancy guy.
going to require an agility roll.
Would I be able to use
You can
a
use your
hope
ninja training.
for ninja training?
Yes, you indeed can.
So let's do. Would I get advantage with this? Maybe no.
Not for agility. Not for the agility roll. No.
Plus. Oh, I suppose I don't need the plus. I just took two. Positive 2. Okay.
That's 9 total. Anything
I-
else? Okay.
Can I come up behind him to try to? Unfortunately, I can't add anything else.
That was for the agility roll.
Yeah.
So that was with fear. So you would be not quite up to him, unfortunately. You would just get down. It's mostly just like how fast you're able to get to him before he can turn around. And comes back to my round with that fear. Gonna activate. I can only activate one, actually. Okay. Gonna roll a d20.
As an attack against me.
Not necessarily.
Okay.
This is a little homebrewy thing, because I was like, there was something I was looking for like, how does people perceive someone that's hidden, and people were going with the idea of, like, you spend a fear, and you make them do, like, their own version of, like, a perception check, essentially.
Okay.
Nah. He doesn't see you. Okay. So he spent the fear on that. However, he's still activated. He still gets to move around. So we'll just... He'll be like, can't see the frog, but then he'll see Echo and Raycor and go, aha! I come for you! And that's my go. Back to your guys' turn.
Okay, I need to deal with this butthole in front of me. So, and actually, it was very, very nice and obliging of this fellow to move into range. I'm going to multi-attack on both of them with my favorite Paladin.
You need to use 2 hope to do a combination attack?
3.
I have to do 3. Some characters, I think there is a character that can do 2.
Okay. Well, darn.
Or no, there's one of us to do a tag team attack with them costs 1 less hope, I think is what it is. I can't remember who. I think it might be the Furball. Maybe.
Might be Billy.
Yeah, it might be Billy.
Yeah, that's possible. Because the player's not here, so unfortunately that feature is not going to be used.
Yeah.
Alright, Raycor, you're dealing with the ones in front of you. The Hobgoblin and the Mustachio.
Okay, Mustachio is non-lethal, but yes.
Alright. Make your attack roll. 21 with hope. That will hit both of them. Go ahead and roll your damage.
We're going to do forceful push on the guy in front of me as well. Is that Mustachio that's in front of me? No. Right? That's Hobgoblin.
Mustachio's this guy.
Hobgoblin's in front of you, yeah.
Okay. Hobgoblin is going to take a hit then.
Very well. Six points. He only had 1 hit point left because of the previous rain of blades from Kroll.
Hobgoblin takes 11.
So he is flung out, dead. And as you're swinging that, launching the hobgoblin, killing him, your axe goes into the individual with the white mustache. Ah! That hurt! You hit through his defenses, and he takes a point of damage.
Am I still able to make an attack?
Yeah, Raypor just did a thing, so if you or Echo want to go next, you can.
I'm gonna quickly take some cover.
Go for it. The table you're next to is no longer there. Yeah, you would have to move to that.
So since I'm still hidden and close range is within 30 feet, right?
Yes.
What happens if I use an ability that goes beyond my stress? Or can I not?
HP damage.
You start taking HP damage.
Okay. I'm just going... actually, from right here... we're going to use my long tongue attack. I'm going to take a hit point.
Alright. That almost
To do
seems... That almost seems correct. Like, you're trying to stretch the limit of it, so you take a hit point damage. Get the tongue from the shadows.
So it is... I do a d12, and I'm still doing my sneak attack as well. And I'm going to pump...
Do you have an advantage?
I do have advantage. So, let's go! No modifiers. It's kind of crappy, but...
Oh, does it not
22 with hope!
Does it not use your finesse?
It does.
Then that's your modifier. If your finesse is 2, it adds an additional 2 to it.
Right, but I rolled with finesse, which does the 2.
Gotcha.
Then...
You have no additional modifiers aside
Yeah.
from that. Gotcha. Well,
But that's still a 22.
That will hit.
This is also non-lethal. And we're going to make sure this guy goes night-night.
Go for it.
I'm blowing 2 hope to make this a 3d6 sneak attack.
All right.
So hopefully this guy goes night-night. For 15 points of damage.
15 barely passes his severe threshold. You deal 3 points of damage, and that's what you needed to his hit points. Describe your knockout blow.
So I imagine Kroll like takes a deep breath, rears back like he's gonna hock a big loogie, and then fires his tongue out, wraps it around the guy's neck, and he yanks him right back in to smack him against this pillar right here.
And that's what knocks him out?
Yep.
The pillar? Very well. He is out. And you can keep going. Echo, Raycor, and Kroll.
Echo would like to take another shot at Rifle Boy. They have beef now.
Go for it.
Critical hit.
That's a critical hit. Okay.
Third echo critical hit. She's just on a roll.
I love that the marksman contest is just turned into
Little fireballs and energy beams. Yeah, just these two are having a
You
little
made her
sniper
walk into
contest.
this building, and you hit her with things, and she's just not happy about it.
She's locked in here, man.
All right, 5 plus an additional 6.
Well, no,
Oh,
again,
6,
it's
8
the powerful.
plus-
So if we go with the highest, so it'd be 8, and then it's just a dece.
Oh, that's 14 points. So that's
Okay.
8 plus another d6, because it's like you max out your damage die normally, which is a d6. So 6 plus your 8, yeah, 14 points of damage. Go ahead and describe your killing blow on this sniper. You see him charging his rifle up, about to take another shot.
So he sneered at her, and she's just been dead eyeing him since she sneered at her. And she just sends it right towards his face, and the last thing he sees before it hits is she just kind of blows him a kiss.
His eyes widen.
And then
That
his face
slow-mo
gets
moment
incinerated.
of like you blowing the kiss before the fireball.
She's feeling very sassy today.
Obliterates the hobgoblin before you. And well, let's stop this battle music, shall we? The last guy with the light crossbow goes, oh god. He throws his crossbow out to the dirt, like kind of in Kroll's direction, and raises his hands. I surrender! I'm sorry!
Well, that didn't go up as planned at all. And he kind of looks over at Rancor.
Last I checked, we did not have a plan. We were just trying things.
To be fair, your plan was going well. It was just until that one mess up of the roll. Because
Yeah.
Kroll was doing well until that one window, and the difficulty was increased when the dwarf was present. He's a bit more paranoid and perceptive of his surroundings.
Yeah,
Mhm.
the voice in the air has a point. This attitude about our plan going wrong is well misplaced, considering you, the stealthy boy, messed up your one job.
Quilper
That-
and Billy just look at
Right,
each other.
but
and
I
be like,
said to hide, and you burst down the door.
Well, because they knew we were out here. There was nowhere for my 7-foot figure to hide.
Ah,
And we had to get inside. We couldn't leave you inside alone. Furthermore, they were going to probably try and get away from us or hide whatever they seem so protective of in here, or much worse, destroy it.
just for comedic effect, Kroll coughs up blood a little bit. Well, you know what? A job well done is still a job well done, even if it wasn't done the way we all hoped it would go.
Oh, this is exactly what I was hoping for. I got to slice open some baddies.
Speaking of which, you there! And he calls over to this guy.
Yes? He's gonna like
Front and center.
We need to go ahead and tie up the unconscious ones as well.
Alright.
Let's just tie everybody to this post right here,
Sounds good.
including this guy.
Imagine they're kind of, tied up. The dwarf and the Mr. Mustache are tied to the pillar. You're tying that guy to the pillar as well?
Yeah.
He's like, look, I am so sorry. You see, I just work for these guys, and they pay me good money to, take their orders.
Echo. It was, that saying is guilty by association, right?
I do believe it is.
There you go. You just are the lucky one today.
Wait. What does that mean?
And as he puts away his bloody dagger, or he's cleaning it off before putting it away. Well, Rancor, you're good at the knocking some sense into people to get them talking. Why don't we start with this guy? See what he knows, the conscious one.
That sounds good to me. But seeing as he could see me, I would assume he probably wants to tell me before I start punching.
Yeah. Of course. Whatever you want to ask away.
Okay. Where, first off, where is the mage that comes around here? When did y'all last see them?
Red
A mage?
red robed mage. Probably with 2 bodyguards.
Well, there wasn't an individual like that, uh, like almost 2 weeks ago, maybe. Could be mistaken. 2 weeks, maybe a week and a half.
Do you have any other mages that come around here?
Well, we have. Well, in the company, there are people that are capable of casting magic. Yes, but I don't think we have anybody that's like that person.
Any telepaths?
Maybe, probably. I don't know. I, I'm not really told. I'm not really updated on such things. I just protect the warehouse and move the cargo.
Have you ever? Oh, point of order. I'm gonna go ahead and pick back up the assassin that I dropped off at the front door, and I'm gonna bring him back on through.
Oh yeah, that's right.
He is also unconscious. Let's
It's got probably about 7 hours left.
Let's go ahead and tie him to the remaining spot on the post. But I'm gonna let our new friend see the assassin on the way there. Have you seen this man before?
yeah. He. I mean, he comes in here every once in a while. Speaks with my boss.
When was the last time he was here?
Not too long ago, like a few hours ago.
Interesting. And he talked to your boss, the dwarf?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you ever seen the dwarf cast any type of magic before?
Has he ever gotten into your head at all?
Also, what's his name?
No, we don't need that.
Well, I'll just use that as a placeholder for the assassin. Well, instead of putting an X, I'll just put sleep, and then get rid of the X's and all these guys. But they are asleep. They are knocked out. Well, I mean, he does fancy tricks with his hammer, like he flings it forward, like he did to you guys. The terrible thing he did to you guys.
It was fine. It just threw me back a little bit. No damage from that.
Oh yeah. I mean he kind of wields it his weapon and magical stuff comes out of that.
Strange.
I don't know what. I don't think I've seen him do any other kind of magic. No voices in my head.
Well, we'll come back to
Except my
that.
own.
That's probably best for your sake. But we're gonna test that. Echo, go ahead and check and see if he's good, and probably all of them while we're here, just to see if they've, you know, been affected by that kind of magic.
You want me to try casting telepathy on all of them?
Yes.
Okay. I will start with the least important first, then the one currently talking to us and trying not to cry.
A
Of
connection.
course.
He's saying, "Oh God, these people might actually kill me." Okay, think. You just tell them everything. Tell them the truth, like you have been. Just don't worry about it. They're not gonna kill you. They're not. They're not psychopaths. Your boss did something bad. Yeah, that's what it is. So you do connect with him.
She'll chuckle a little at the internal monologue and then try the fancy guy next, since we know the assassin had somebody. So we don't really need to try that one again.
You connect to the fancy guy and you hear, "Oh yes, dear, I would like a cup of tea, thank you."
Ugh. The fancy guy's cologne tastes like old troll sweat. Ugh. It's kind of like trying to clean his tongue off.
Oh really? Really? You
Ugh.
hear him like conversing with somebody, but you're thinking at first like, is this the telepathic link? Oh no, wait, I'm not kicked out. He must be having a dream.
Does this? Yeah, it's just echoes of whatever dream he's having. And then lastly, she will try and connect to the dwarf.
The dwarf.
Diggy diggy hole, I am a dwarf and I diggy the hole.
I mean,
Just
you
System of a Down
actually
on loop.
you do connect. You don't get much conversation. You just get, how much can I enjoy a good ale right now? All these workers are useless.
She'll just check and make sure, and then as soon as she knows she can, she'll break it, because she does not need random dream thoughts interfering with her brain while she's trying to think. And she'll just let everybody know that, yeah, none of them are connected to anyone else.
Does the assassin still have the block?
That is a good question, actually.
Oh, that is a good question. Okay, we'll try the assassin.
You go to connect, and you feel your telepathic link break. He is still
You
under
cannot
the
complete
effect.
you cannot complete the call as dialed. Please hang up and try again.
Echo, have you heard of any other magic that might, or anything that might prevent telepathic link? Any type of special mental training or anything?
That is a very good question. Can I make a knowledge roll for that? Because librarian goodness.
Yeah, go for it.
And at the moment, I think
Only my
Kroll's just
skill
gonna
set.
go around and just do some general looting, gather some stuff, bring it all to the pile.
Very well. As far as general looting, what are you looking for?
Definitely the rifles.
Absolutely the rifles. If nothing else, those should fetch a good price.
Anything that looks of a higher quality than your standard arming sword and crossbow.
Quick
Maybe
question.
Yes.
Oh.
Now, because I'm trying to think of anything, it would count as an enchantment trying to recall information that would work against telepathy, right? It would be about the magical nature of an enchantment, in this case, telepathy.
Yeah, essentially.
Okay. It's school of knowledge stuff. I've gained I can't talk anymore. You've gained priceless knowledge through great study. You have advantage on all rolls to recall information. If this roll is about the magical nature of a creature or enchantment, I can gain a hope even on a roll with fear. So that's what I was trying to clarify.
Gotcha. Go ahead and make that roll. I will say there's no roll needed for investigating like the space for like those weapons. You do find like typical weapons, arming swords and whatnot, like some light crossbows here or there, some crossbow bolts. You do find two things of notice aside from the weapons. You find one of the crates has special those crystals that they were inserting into a rifle. Those weird white crystals.
So that is a 17 with fear, but I still get a hope.
All right.
How many crystals? Is just like the whole crate's full of them, or?
So it's like they're like on these weird like trays, and the trays are kind of stacked on top of each other. You notice the top one is missing two, hence for the rifle, and each tray has spots that are separated. They feel like they could hold a bunch of these crystals, but they're rather separated, and they're holding 10 on the top one and 12 on the second and third.
All right, go ahead and finish with Echo
Real
before I
quick, so
continue.
you're saying none of them are touching each other.
Yeah.
Let's keep it that way.
Well, you guys are interrogating Kroll. I was just doing general recon for Kroll. He's just
Okay. Well, I was about to search the guys tied to the post anyway.
yeah.
All right. Echo.
Yes.
So you're trying to figure out like if there's something specific towards telepathy that can disconnect it, right? That you can cut
Right.
off the signal.
Yeah, other than already being linked to somebody.
There's one that's obvious, but obviously you're not doing that, is kill the person. Another one is to have an ability to detect magic. Because if you can see it, you can essentially use your spellcrafting to kind of manipulate whatever thread is connecting this person and another and cut that off. If you cannot detect magic, other ways to do that would be someone to just simply attempt to dispel on the person. If they have the ability to dispel magical effects. Aside from that, there's not really a way to disconnect him. Just like your telepathy, you can hold it as long as you wish. Until one of those things comes.
Okay, but we were at. There's no way. I'm trying to think about what we were. The original question wording was.
Basically, you either have to have the ability to see the magic itself, like an ability to see it, to detect it, to somehow use something else to cut at the connection, or you have an ability to dispel, or you make a roll, a type of roll to dispel it.
Okay, but that would be if we were trying to break the connection he already has. We were just wondering if there's a way to. I think the original question was if we knew any other way of stopping a telepathy spell other than already having one on you. Was the question. Like, I think we were trying to make sure the assassin wasn't using some other means of blocking telepathy? I can't remember. I'm sorry, my brain is...
Well, to answer that, if they have items on them that have a form of anti-magic, that's very
We should
possible.
search him for that.
You have searched him 3 times.
Well, I feel like... Well, Echo hasn't told me anything.
So that's why the theory is, if there is a magic item, maybe he swallowed it. Maybe he swallowed an anti-magic thing. Or
Does the man have any necklaces on him? Or brooches?
not that you can see.
Well, and if we do believe that the dwarf is the one that put the telepathy on him, if the dwarf's not dead, it wouldn't break the telepathy just being unconscious. The dwarf would have to actively cast it on another person. So that...
Indeed,
It
but
could
also,
be
you were allowed
that
to
is
connect
why
to the
we
dwarf.
can't connect.
But you were also allowed to connect to the dwarf, though, and not him, not the assassin.
Yeah, the assassin seems to be a special case, and the mage is nowhere to be seen, so I'm less and less inclined to believe that the mage we're after actually had a telepathic link with this assassin. We took the precaution, but...
You do know this dwarf works for someone else. He's not entirely in charge of, like, the company. He's
Right.
the warehouse itself. So there is someone else that's above him.
We know the mage that we're looking for was here 2 weeks ago. But apparently he hasn't been here since. Unless our friend here wants to join his friends being unconscious by lying to us.
I'm
Okay.
not
Give me
lying.
one.
No.
No.
He hasn't been here since. That weird robed fellow.
Kroll slings the rifle over his back. Hold on one sec. I'm gonna go check that office up there, see if there's any like papers or shipping manifests or anything like that.
Good idea, Kroll. Good idea.
As Kroll moves up there, what were you saying, Echo?
Kroll moves up there with a fully loaded rifle on his back.
I am confused. We already clarified that if someone had telepathy cast on them, then you couldn't cast it again. Are we now saying if someone used telepathy, they can't be connected with telepathy then?
You don't know. I'd say with the roll, this is you putting some book knowledge and also on what telepathy is capable of doing, but also like speculation on why you couldn't connect, because there's not really a whole lot of information about who's connecting to the same person with telepathy. It's specific to like just telepathy saying they connect to a person telepathically. So I'd say if you rolled higher, they would definitely know the exact, a little bit higher, but not quite enough that you know a lot of this. You just need a way to figure out if he is connected to this dwarf or not.
Okay.
Which is, you have to have the ability to detect magic, possibly. Do you have any experiences, or do others have experiences that might be able to pick up on such a thing? Maybe Raycor's Electros.
Yeah, I have Electros.
I have that ring.
Oh, that ring?
There was that ring that I found in the floorboards where the researchers were staying that has who knows number of uses but detects magical things.
Yeah, indeed. Would you wish to use that ring?
Sure.
All right.
We'll use the ring and go
Well, before you use
search
the ring,
everybody. Okay.
Do we want to try electrosense? So since we know that has unlimited uses, just in case.
The ring does have. It has charges, but it does recover when you go through long rests.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, never mind.
If you run out of charges, though, there is a chance the enchantment fails.
Your call, Echo. This is definitely your realm more than mine.
I mean, detect magic will tell us what's magical on any of them, so it's not a bad idea. We could just go through a lot of them and see what we find. Heck, we could go through the whole warehouse and see what we find.
I'm with you.
I'll say the first thing. On the dwarf, his hammer is obviously magical. Second thing, there is a magical effect on the assassin, and you can see, like you know how there's like a single line of spiderweb that's like blowing in the wind, you know? It's kind of like this ethereal wisp-like string that's connecting from the assassin. But it's not going towards the dwarf. It's like it goes about 20 feet east and then just kind of fades, because that's like the particular range of what a visible connection is. But it's pointing eastward. It's this little simple line of wispy energy. With that, the assassin is not connected to the dwarf telepathically.
Okay. I will let everybody know that. And
I'd like to imagine, to like prove like the theory too, you probably maybe mind connect with one of your friends to see if there's that same string with the detect magic on, and you do see it. Same wispy. It goes about like 20 feet from you, but then you notice whoever you're connecting to, they have one that's 20 feet going in your direction. So like the two links are like pulling towards each other.
okay. I'll let everybody know. And also remind them that since telepathy doesn't end until the person casts it on another person, we have no way of knowing how long ago the assassin had it cast on them. So he could have been not just keeping an eye on us, but keeping an eye on these ones as well for whoever their master is.
You do know that if they cast it again, the connection is lost. Until they recast it on the person. So the assassin seems to have maintained this link this entire time.
And Echo, have you told us this? I missed that part.
Yes, I convey all that information.
Okay. I would say once we finish up here, I mean, we have several more hours with our assassin friend. Once we finish up here and determine who gets to leave the building, we'll just leave with our assassin buddy and follow that trail for a little ways, if we can, and see if it's in the city, which I mean, while it's plausible, as you said, that we don't know how long he's been telepathically linked. It could be any number of days and weeks, and they could be very far away. I would still suspect it's more likely that whoever is telepathically linked wouldn't be too far away and refusing to telepathically link with anyone else for long periods of time. But
True, and as long as the ring has charges on it, we can use them like a compass.
sounds good. In the
Was I
meantime,
able to find anything upstairs at all?
You find a number of documents, specifically about like it's weird. Uh, Lofke told you this is an oil company. Do you see paperwork that's about like oil and stuff and like shipping it out, and creating lamps and shipping those out? Uh, but you're seeing newer documents that are about shipments of weapons.
Well, well, well. I'm not going through all these papers.
However,
He gathers them all up.
we'll say all the weapons, like paperwork, is all like mundane though. It's all like the, arming swords and crossbows and whatnot. There's nothing that explains the weird rifles and crystals.
Nothing.
Nothing unless you
What?
want to wish to make a check.
Heh.
See if such documents are maybe hidden.
Well, so Kroll's goal was not to like he thumbs through them, like, okay, weapons here, possibly. Okay, all these, he just gathers them up, stacks them up, grabs them, and is walking down and says, Echo, uh, you want to look at the shipping manifests? See what these guys were, well, what these things are? And he like jostles the rifle on his back a little.
By the way, you're small. The rifle is not made for your size, so it's this big thing.
Oh, I know. He's still toting it around like a trophy.
Yep, it's like dragging.
Hand, crossbow in hand. This is my rifle. This is my gun.
Yeah, Echo will go up and try and look through any paperwork and whatnot and see what she can figure out there.
It's very much that. It's mostly like there are a lot of shipment stuff based with like oil, but there's also shipments of recent shipments of crates of short swords and crossbows and ammunition for the crossbows.
See if there's anything that's like odd that could be like it probably won't actually say it, but like mysterious box or bleeding box or maybe crystal firing boomstick box. I don't know.
I will try, but if they're shady, they probably kept that hidden somewhere. Maybe second set of books or something.
Well, possibly look for like things that are doubled up, like arming sword or like short swords twice with different numerical values or something. Like
She's just gonna
code.
give him a long look and be like,
Like a code.
sure. That's in my area of expertise. I will do my best.
So trying to
Do you
look
want me to
for
roll for it?
like hidden lettering and messages within the
Is
documents.
there any
Just
way I can
odd
help at all?
discrepancies and things.
How does Kroll help her?
Knowledge being the dumb stat of mine. Like he might kind of come around and look for, I don't know, anything that looks odd, something that doesn't seem like your typical oil company or weapon arms dealer would. Like, he's just helping by looking.
I did get a 17 with hope. I
Like
forgot to put advantage on it, but
for
yeah.
a pattern or something to stand out, you mean?
Yeah.
Essentially, you're helping by just being 2 pairs of eyes instead of 1.
Yeah.
Eyes. Gotcha. Because a little beyond that, you actually would have no idea. Because
I just want to offer advantage, if
yeah, you can
for the
spend,
most part.
you can spend a hope to give her advantage.
Okay, my last hope is gone, and I am tapped, literally. Stress and hope all out.
Go ahead and roll a d6, and you'll add that to her total.
Oh, right. That's a new thing to do. Hey, that's a full 6.
Some good eyes on that ribbit.
Indeed.
So that goes towards the 17, which is what, 20?
You begin looking at a particular shipping manifest that has like the weapons and stuff on it. You begin to see there are a couple like weird like delays or gaps, while the rest of like the manifest is like pretty consistent. There was like some weird delays and gaps, and your Echo points that out because as she's analyzing, reading this, Kroll is then looking very closely at the empty spots. There is writing there. It's like invisible ink.
Hold on. Heat? Either heat or anything acidic. I think this is invisible ink.
And Echo, because this was your role, what creative way does Echo reveal invisible ink if she finds out there is such? It can be exactly heat, or it could be something else you do.
I was gonna say it's not something she's familiar with, but he did say heat, so she will prestidigitate a little candle flame on the tip of her finger and sort of, without trying to set the page on fire, run it under the paper and see if that reveals anything.
You do.
You ever done that where you take a lighter just kind of underneath it?
You begin to see the writing, and it's basically describing the weapons, the rifles, and the crystals. A shipment of 3 different crates. 2 had to be separate to each hold 1 gun, and 1 was holding these crystals as ammunition. A funny thing is that there's a 3 crates in total.
Oh, 3.
2 each had 1 rifle inside, and the 3rd crate had the ammunition, the crystals. As you're looking at this, it's kind of like one of those things where these papers are attached. There's no stapler, so it's kind of like this weird like type of wax they have at the top, but the pages are all connected, kind of, that you flip up. And you notice there was a page that was empty. You were just thinking maybe they just didn't work on it, but you do that same candlelight trick underneath that. And it tells you these crystal blasters. Here, I'll give you some mechanical stats to it.
Ooh. We got ourselves a needler, boys.
two-handed,
Our what's the
far
carbine?
range weapon. Kind of like a carbine, more like the beam rifle, I'd say. It deals D10 damage and basically the more times you hit a single target with shots, the damage incrementally goes up by 1 every time you successfully hit that target with the weapon.
Oof.
When you
Ouch.
fire a shot that's plus 10 damage on a target, if a target was able to survive up to 10 shots, they explode. Dealing 3d10 damage to everything within close range of it.
So is that like one target having 10 of these needles in it? Like, even if it was like a firing squad of 10 people, they all hit their mark, the thing would explode?
Yes.
Okay.
So there's that. There is a risk to it. If you roll on the dice a total of 4 and it's not a crit, like a total or less of 4 and it's not a crit, the weapon explodes in your hands.
On your attack roll is what I'm hearing, or
Yes, on your attack
okay.
roll. So if you get a 1 and a
That gun
3 on your
really likes blowing up.
and actually, sorry, that's not on your total, that's on your die results. Sorry. The die result total. So that's not counting your modifiers. So if you get a 1 and 3,
So
fail.
that explains why.
But obviously, if you get a
they're
1 and 1 or 2
different.
and 2, that's a crit, right? So you succeed with that.
It's 50-50 below 4. So if you get a 1 and 2,
Yes.
or 1 and 3,
If you get a 1 and 2, 1 and 3, it explodes in your hands when you try to take the shot. It has here the crystal cartridges themselves power the weapons and essentially have like you can do like 50 shots per crystal, but the crystals can also be detonated. If you throw 2 crystals together and if you have 2 crystals together and quickly throw them being too close to each other creates an arcane disruption and they explode like little grenades. So they're little explosive stuff.
Can you imagine making some bolas with them?
Bolas? Oh my god, yeah.
Bolas?
Wraps around a target and
Ah, man, that would be so cool if we could keep them from clattering.
you obviously there's a big thing about warning. Please keep the crystals separate. They do blow up. But there's no knowledge of like where they came from necessarily, just that they were expected.
Is there like a mark that designates what box they came from?
Yeah.
Or did I just find I found the crystals earlier?
Yeah, I will say like the boxes, these crates look like the rest of them. It's just
Okay.
the ones that the rifles had a lot of like packing material, like a lot of hay.
Where were these going?
Bar Harbor.
There's no destination. It's either that or they haven't done that paperwork yet for it to get shipped out.
Didn't we overhear they were going to ship tomorrow?
Yeah, in the morning. but there's nothing on the papers that talks about where it would go.
Interesting.
Well then,
Whether
why don't we?
whether that's a warehouse thing or maybe that's on a particular ship that has a manifest for that.
Well, on that note, was there anything on any of the persons that I just searched that are around the pillar?
I mean, not much. They're wearing, the guy with the mustache has some fancy chainmail-ish armor underneath his fancy clothes, but he just has a rapier. Aside from that, the dwarven individual had that special hammer, but he's wearing kind of like these. He looks like a blacksmith almost. Bald on the
Let's
top,
wake
but
that guy up first.
Yeah, he has nothing. He has nothing else beside that.
So no gold or anything?
There's some coins here or there. I'll say in total, though, they're not really keeping money on them. You mostly get... No, you actually do find money. Okay. 5 handfuls in total.
Okay. And this was just on the 4, or sorry, the 3.
One handfuls was between searching everybody. 4 is actually something you find in that office area, the stairs.
Gotcha.
Oh, so basically I bring down a strong box?
Essentially, yeah.
Okay, cool. So Kroll is going to position himself that he has a good position and is pointing the rifle right at the dwarf. Why don't we wake the guy up? Let's get some more answers. I'm dreadfully curious about these things.
I will say, do you guys take short rest kind of stuff?
Oh, can we? I would love to.
Yeah. Let's is anybody unimpacted that can I don't know how this does everyone have to take the short rest, or could someone I don't know how short rests work with somebody standing watch over our prisoners.
We're not
it's not
sleeping.
It's not specifically said in the rules, so it's kind of loosey goosey. It's more you can still maintain watch.
Okay.
While if you need to, keep also fix at your scales, but you're still keeping an eye, right? Or even if someone else is doing that for you, right? They're patched you up.
Yeah.
Could we have Quill and... Oh wait, Billy is here. Hi, Billy.
Yeah,
Billy. Oh, yeah.
When did Billy get here?
Well, he's been standing behind us this whole time and informed us what's going on.
Quillbert and Billy are a bit wow, you guys... Because in real time, that fight was maybe 40 seconds.
Yeah, it took a while.
Yeah. If you're thinking about
for
all
a
these
fight,
events
yeah,
happening at the same time, that's 40 seconds. So when Quillbert and Billy are finally ready to fight, it's well, so much has happened.
Yeah, we cut him up pretty good.
So,
quick question. What was the stats on the magic hammer that I took for Caradriga?
Funny enough, it's pretty much like your hollowed axe, but it's a hammer.
That's what I figured. It felt like it needed to go with the axe. I can sense these things.
There is one feature it has, though.
Okay.
I spent fear for it, so in this case, you spent hope for it. You get to basically interact with an inanimate object with the hammer, smack it, and use that as a straight line projectile to hit a bunch of targets, like he did with the table.
What's the range on that straight line target?
Up to far.
It's a eating hammer.
Yep.
Cool. Yeah.
And Sorry, it's 2 hope, not 1 hope. And the damage, though, is basically just your weapon damage, but mine was a bit altered because it's not a player character.
I'm confused.
So it's the same damage as your Harrowed Axe. Hollowed Axe.
Okay. And it's 2 hope to activate its feature?
Yeah, because it can go up to far range, and there's no limit to how many targets it can hit in that line.
Okay, gotcha. But that would mean to do a tag team with it, I'd be spending 5 hope for one attack.
Sorry. No, it's 1 hope to do it. It's another hope for each target hit by it if you want them to get launched with the attack up to far range.
Gotcha, to launch them.
Yeah. So 1 hope is to launch the projectile itself. Another hope is for every person hit by it. You can spend a hope to have them also carried with it.
Gotcha, okay. That makes more sense. I was very confused.
Yeah, but aside from that ability, it's exactly like the Hollowed Axe.
Sounds good.
Who took the most actual hit point damage?
Probably me.
Hit point? Kroll has 2 hit point damage.
I have 4 out of 6 markers.
Oh shit.
Yeah, Raycor's hard.
Well, I started the battle with 2 HP gone.
I am also at maximum stress and 2 armor slots, so I'm probably gonna be using both my rest actions against stress.
Quillbird's going to use one of his actions to repair his own armor, because you did use armor against 2 hits against him. So he's going
Echo?
to. So he's there to help you guys if you need it. Same Billy.
Ram, I'm actually here now.
Oh, you are?
If it's okay for me to join this late.
Yeah. You missed the combat.
I know.
I was wondering how much later we were going.
Okay. I did not see your message till now. I was engaged
Oh.
in combat.
I know, and I know that you record, and I know how the streaming works with Discord.
Well, hey,
But
welcome.
when I did get up, I had some errands to run, so I didn't know if I'd actually be on.
Gotcha. So does that mean your sleeping schedule is changed?
It has changed, but I will be okay for.
Okay.
As far as downtime goes, Echo, because she has efficient, when you take a short rest, you can substitute a long rest move for one of your short rest moves. So she will be repairing all of her armor.
Sounds good.
And then she will try and tend to Raycor's wounds as best as she can.
How much armor slots did you use?
I used like 4.
Oh,
I used a lot.
I was going to say, I can heal 2 of your armor slots, right?
No, that's cool. A long rest will clear all of them, which I can do it for one of my moves. So I'm clearing all of my armor slots. But for the short rest, I'm going to try to tend to Raycor's wounds and try and clear 1d4 of his hit points.
Well, I was going to say, if you want to use the all armor for more armor slots, you could take care of all 6 of mine, and I can use one of my actions to repair your armor, and then Quilbert could hit your armor as well. And that if my 1d4 doesn't take care of all 4, then between me and Quilbert, we should be able to clear all your armor slots.
Okay.
Yeah, if you haven't, if you can't guess Billy, Raycor's using a voice changer.
Never would have known.
It doesn't sound any different, right?
Right.
It's just like him.
I didn't get much stress back. I'm still quite stressed.
Oh
well.
Yeah, unfortunately, the stress, you can't help each other's stress. You can only help yourselves, but the rest of the actions can be taken.
There you go, Echo. All your armor right back to you.
Woohoo!
But yeah, Billy, the fight essentially was the three of them in a span of like 40 seconds, taking out everybody in the warehouse. You and Quilbert were
Yep.
just a little behind, so it's like in the 40 seconds they just did their thing, and it's like, well, okay.
Does anybody need any healing done?
Roll and Rancor, I believe, still need healing.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and hit mine real quick and see how many I can heal of my own. Because if I hit 4, then I won't need any healing. Because
Alright.
but
Well, I'll do something for Kroll then. Here's your
Oh,
one.
that's half.
alrighty, I have only 1 HP damage now.
Only 1 HP damage.
There's another
Same
one.
here.
And there's the other one. All right.
Cool.
Kroll, you are,
Um,
I believe you're full on the hit points side.
Nope, I still have one.
Oh, there you go. Billy, help.
Billy,
Can,
Billy
'cause
healed you
I-
for one additional more. Because he did it twice.
No, he did one for me, one for Rancor.
No, I did one for you. For you.
Yeah, one for me.
One for you and one for you.
Oh.
Can Quilbert hit my stress?
You can't do stress.
Only you can do your stress.
I
Yeah.
forgot.
you can only help your own stress.
Okay, Quilbert, use one of his to hit my remaining HP point then.
Yeah, he can do that. You're only missing one, right?
Yes.
Then he doesn't need to roll.
Yeehaw.
He uses the second one to heal you.
All right. We're definitely gonna need a rest for today.
That was a nice short rest.
Yeah, you guys are somewhat. I think Kroll's the one that's the most worse off, I think, at the moment.
Echo's ability is pretty OP. I'm just gonna say that 6 armor slots on a short rest went hard.
Yeah.
Thank you again, Echo.
It is nice.
I mean, I have 6 armor slots as well.
So yeah, but I mean, I had used all mine, so it was like it was
Oh.
either let Echo's assistants take care of all of those, or try 3 different rolls, probably.
Oh damn. Yeah, I have 2 like after everything's done, I have 2 armor damage and 3 stress remaining.
That's
So-
not bad. That's pretty much how I went into that last battle with, and we can get another rest soon, but at least we got that out of the way.
Now, a full rest will clear all that up, or
You still pick 2 categories, but it clears all of them. So you roll it.
okay.
I don't know if they've added extra stuff to full rest.
I don't think so, but yeah, you choose 2 options, so you're like either all your hit points or all your stress or all your armor.
So, how much time do we have left in the night?
Give or take, it was like midnight when you all left Jeremy's house. With an unconscious assassin, you went to the bridge, did all that shenanigans, got to the warehouse. That took probably like, it was probably midnight when you left the house, Jeremy's house. So it probably took like an hour-ish. Hour
Okay.
to an hour and a half. So it's in the morning, but it's still nightfall.
That's good to know, but I was talking about today, like actual.
He's wondering how much longer game time.
Oh, I mean, that's. I'm actually thinking about ending it shortly, but I'm just waiting for you guys to
Okay.
decide what you're gonna do.
Well, I think we were going to wake up the dwarf next and interrogate him, which is just going to be another rehash of.
That'll be like another hour, depending
Yeah.
on what you're asking.
So,
Shall we
I
wait on
mean,
the
we
dwarf
looted
respond here?
everybody. We looted everybody. We cased the joint.
Now, are you
Um,
planning on keeping like all the arming swords and stuff that were?
no. Was there anything interesting about the guy's falchion? The goblin's falchion?
The Hobgoblin's falchion? No.
Yeah.
It's a
No.
thick, nasty, also awesome looking blade, but there was nothing. There was no unique trait to it necessarily.
Would it be considered like of better quality than normal, or is it just like value wise?
Uh, kind of depends. It looks a little primitive for a civilized place, but depending on what types of people you sell it to, might take a really big interest in it, right?
Eh.
It's like
Uh,
the falchion is really nice, effective blade.
mhm.
So some places would pay more for it than others.
I mean, you know me, Kroll. I'm always willing to carry along some extra bartering wares for us.
Well, to be fair, I hardly know you, but I definitely appreciate it. This thing looks like it fetch a pretty penny at least.
Well, I just meant that only hours ago you saw me pick up 14 daggers. So,
Yeah, but arming swords are like 3 pounds a sword, so
right. Well, I'm not planning on carrying a whole arsenal out of here, but that one.
Rakor's
I
pack
mean,
mule.
there was a wagon outside, but I'm not gonna ask you to be a pack mule. And I think guards would be a little bit suspicious if we just started carting shit out of a warehouse in town in a district we're technically not supposed to be in.
Oh, we don't have to move until morning. They were supposed to go out in the morning anyway.
Well, you want to sleep here?
I mean, we have spent most of the night already.
Yeah, I suppose.
How much time do we have left on the assassin?
Like 7 hours.
You have like 6 more hours.
Oh, 6.
Okay, 6.
Yeah.
Okay.
You could do ways to wake him up earlier from it, but you knocked him out so well that you know exactly how long he'll be out for.
Yeah. I'd probably, in this situation, prefer to keep the assassin unconscious for as long as possible, considering we don't know how his whatever is going on with his uh, telepathic link or something. Uh, you know, that's the reason I knocked him out in the first place, and I stand by that decision.
Very well.
Good
In the
decision.
meantime, I want to go ahead and split up. We've got the gold we found today, but we also have gold from previous sessions that has kind of transformed in value thanks to updates and then re-transformed back, I guess, technically, because we no longer have coins.
I don't even remember all the total coin I've given you, so
Yeah, I have it
sounds-
written down. I have it stored, but I don't want to hold it all to myself. I want to split it up before I become too rich. And
everyone's just gonna go to you, Raykor, be like, "Hey, can I borrow a handful?"
our new party members deserve some coin for their valor so far.
Kroll put in some work tonight.
Yes.
All right. I will say, before we end the session, is there a last thing someone would like to do? I know it's late for you, Billy, but that includes you. If there's something you want to figure out, like a certain check or something. Quilbert's just
Currently
gonna
in
sit
dog.
down.
I know Quilbert is suffering from cardboarditis. He has now become a cardboard cutout.
He sits and on the wood pile and he's a little bit stuck to it because of his the sea urchin part of him, the spikes. Just kind of dig into it.
I will say, on a completely, slightly unrelated note, I also say we should take a cart out of here in the morning because that crate of explosives seems quite valuable, and I don't see of another way to transport them safely other than in that crate for the moment. But we don't want them to stay here.
Yeah, good point. Hey, Echo,
Yes.
do you think you could possibly like uh, forge some papers? Like, how good's your writing?
Forge? No. Write some things? Yes. But if you're trying to make it look like somebody else, that is not a skill I have.
Because I was
If
thinking
nobody
maybe we
knows
could.
what the writing's supposed to look like, I can just write something out and make it look official as possible. But if it's supposed to be someone else's handwriting, it is not within my area of expertise.
Well,
What
it
if we
just
give a
has to fool the
reference?
guard. Because I was thinking maybe we could take that crate out of here. We only really need that crate, but we
Is
could
your
have like the paperwork saying that it belongs to us as a group.
is your handwriting good enough to replicate the writing on the manifest we have?
Mine?
No, Echoes.
Oh,
I mean, do we just have the manifest for the crate? Because then can't we just take that?
technically,
I will
I
say
guess.
there was this is just GM side of it. If you're looking to forge and replicate, it is actually closer to a finesse roll than a
Oh.
knowledge roll.
Oh,
Because it's a technique thing. It's not about the smarts.
Yeah, that is not. She's got a 0 on finesse.
Now
okay.
smarts can assist you in like what a official document should look like. But a person with finesse are the ones that carefully forge the documents.
I'm hearing a tag team forgery going on.
I
Right?
think
I can coach you on what to write.
you know what? I think we'll try that. And I'm sure we can find this Brute's seal upstairs or something. Probably
yeah.
in the Strom box, actually.
Oh yeah, most likely.
Um,
It looks like a middle finger seal of approval.
he must be part of the Strong Finger clan. So basically, we're just gonna write out a shipping manifest to. Since Kroll's the one writing it, he's writing it to himself.
Okay.
So like the delivery for Kroll of priceless gems
Is that
or
since it's a
arcane
tag
gems.
team? Is that just like a straight roll for both of us, or?
Well, so is it just a normal assistance, or is this a tag team, which someone spends 3 hope?
I don't have any hope.
I can
No, I
spend
think we
3
each
hope
have
to
to spend
help.
hope. But I mean, I have plenty of hope. But I think
Okay.
it's each person doing the tag team has to spend the
No.
hope, right?
It's whoever initiates it.
Yeah, so if Echo initiates it, she spends the 3 hope with that person, and both of them make the rolls, and whoever's higher
Oh, okay.
is the result you go with. Obviously,
Okay.
for you, Echo, it's a knowledge roll. For Kroll, it's a finesse roll. Or you
All
can
right.
spend 1 hope and just assist, giving him advantage. You roll a d6 and you add it to his total.
I'm good with either. I don't have any hope to help. So if you want to do the tag team, we roll and take the better.
Let's do that. I maxed out on hope and got nothing to spend it on right now anyway, so let's give that a shot.
Okay.
So we roll with regular, not advantage.
It is regular, not advantage, but
Correct.
you both roll
Gotcha.
and you take the higher of whichever you two roll.
Gotcha. Hey,
16.
Maxed hope.
With
I
hope.
actually get a hope back. Yay!
That also means you don't. Your fear roll is void echo. You take his roll, so you also get a hope back. 16.
And I rolled a 4, so that's my strange pattern number, which means I get to clear that one lone stress I had lingering.
Oh, fun.
Nice. All right. So
Does that work for me too?
knowledge and no, it does not. You're not a wizard, Kroll.
Oh man.
Yeah, special wizard shit only.
You got your special shit. You can just disappear.
Shh. They don't. Oh wait, yeah. They've actually seen me do that now.
And Quilbert shouted it out to us because he rolled the crit, understanding what happened.
He did some spoopy shit.
All right.
And nobody questions Kroll about it. Cool.
Does Billy wish to do anything while they are working on forging the document?
Yeah, I don't really know what to do. So.
Very well. You have been in wolf form this entire time, so it's up to you if you want to get out of that and turn into something else, or keep.
Wasn't he tracking the Was he tracking the scent of the magic, or was he
No,
he
the
was just
assassins.
tracking?
He was tracking the scent, and it came from the warehouse.
Right.
Is that scent still in this room?
Yeah, in fact they moved the assassin into this room.
Okay.
But yeah, that the scent of where he moved through is barely here still.
Is it that guy? The guy who has troll sweat cologne?
We were tracking the assassin, so we had the guy we were tracking the whole time. We just were tracking his previous trail.
I know. I'm just saying maybe his scent rubbed off on the on people because
yeah,
definitely tastes like crap.
They basically have three prisoners. Some dude and two that are unconscious, tied to a pillar. Well, he already knows of the assassin.
Oh yeah.
He's unconscious.
So 3 new ones.
You were just collecting people now. I don't feel that this is sustainable. Unlike the dagger collection.
Well, I mean, we could put them in a crate.
That's true.
We could find a nice warehouse.
We have a nice warehouse.
Looks around.
That's not very nice. We kind of trashed the place.
Nice warehouse when warehouses are supposed to be functional, not nice.
We could always hide the bodies here, just like in separate crates. Oh God.
We should definitely do that. Actually, that's very smart, Kroll. You seem to be an expert at hiding bodies.
Well, Kroll.
Yeah, that's actually not. That's actually very true. Actually.
It's actually around now though that Kroll and Echo begin working on the forgery, though.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Well, I will start hiding the people in the boxes. In the meantime, if Billy wants to help, sweet.
I'll help.
And you'll help as well? Very well.
Yeah, I'll change out of my wolf form and help.
I will say this is going to be a roll, really just to make sure they are hidden enough, and that they won't be found unless it's super thorough. So,
I mean, closing the crate behind them, kind of. Unless one of them's already starting to smell ripe.
Also be aware you broke through doors. To get into this place.
There's only one axe chop in one door. The other 2 were kicked in.
Yeah. We'll just patch up and close up the outside 2 doors. We'll leave the.
Let me roll some dice here. The fate of the doors. We're gonna start with the smallest one. The smallest one obviously has an axe dash through it. It's just not broken through yet. We'll do the main set of doors beneath, the closest one to you guys, the ones you broke open that killed a guy on impact. It's damaged heavily.
Yeah, that one's fine.
The
That
force
makes
of
a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I expected that one to be. We'll actually just take it all the way down. We'll chop it all the way down so it appears there was never a door there. It's just an opening now.
Now for this door.
Yeah.
It looks perfectly fine. You busted the lock, but from the outside, it does not look like any forced entry.
What do you mean axe damage? We clearly picked that lock.
Oh, what happened?
And now the one on the left. Oh, this gate is completely destroyed. This one looks completely fine. It's a busted lock, but no one on the outside would know that. No one would be suspicious. Now we're gonna do the one on the left, the one Quilbert and Billy went through. That one's taken some damage.
We're gonna patch that one up a little bit.
There's a couple quills in it.
How do you patch it up?
We
There's
got
wood everywhere.
ample wood around. Yeah, we'll just
Could I
hammer on
use
some wood patches.
Could I use my wild touch to form harmless, subtle effects to mend the wood back together?
Ooh.
Interesting. So it's less about whether something is damaged and broken and whether you fix it or not. It's whether you make it seamless, like it's never been damaged at all, right? Because you can repair and fix something, but sometimes it still looks like it's been duct taped, right?
I really just want to make it look like it's okay unless somebody extremely looks at it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a warehouse. It's not like this stuff was a laboratory when we walked in.
we make it pristine, and somebody's like, that was not in that good of a shape before.
Yeah, I'm sure people are hitting their carts on these doors all the time.
Yeah, the only reason I say that is, at some point I'll just do a personal roll for myself as a perception check in a way for potential guards that patrol the roads often. If something feels out of place, right?
Alternatively, could just
Alternatively, you can what?
just burn the whole place down.
Oh, a random house fire happened?
Yeah, but we'd have to wait till we leave to do that.
But
we're not leaving for a second.
I can turn into a mouse and leave.
Well, there's explosives in the building currently that we want to get out in the morning.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically, during the fight, there were 2 enemies that had these weird arcane rifles, and they put a crystal in it as a cartridge. And they've learned that these weapons fire the energy from these crystals as a beam, a magical attack. And there's a crate that has 34 other crystals that are actually, they're in a large crate, and there are 3 trays stacked on top of each other, and these trays have 12 crystals each.
Sounds dangerous.
And the crystals are spread out from each other. And assuming that if they're too close, they can blow up.
Sounds like trying to carry natural glycerin.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah. Oh, no.
Yeah, pretty much.
How much gold did you end up splitting between everybody?
So between the first jackpot we hit earlier in our adventure and this one, it should be 2 handfuls per person. With just a touch left over in offering for the vets.
Okay.
So everyone can mark down 2 handfuls.
And
if the DM permits it, we could use the wild touch to kind of mend doors back to.
Yeah, I think the one that's the innermost one, but obviously that's not the most important one. That one's
No.
just going to be gone. But for this one, I'll say yeah. Give me an instinct roll.
Oh.
If you have any
Good.
experiences for this, you can use those.
Would survivalist count?
Sure, you might have had to like repair your own home a number of times.
Plus. 20 with hope.
20 with hope. That is a success.
Get my hope back for using survival.
Vines, leafless vines, fill in like whatever gash marks that were made in the door. And basically it's been fixed up. It's off its hinges. There's no worry. The only time people would figure out something is off is if they're like the I rolled a natural 20 kind.
Just don't try to open the door. Use a different one.
Yeah. But it's enough time for you to be away from the situation.
Right.
All right. Believe with all that. And the bodies too. I'm trying to determine a role for this, for hiding the bodies. You have advantage though, because it's crates. What would it be?
like, is it possible to give another advantage, or not? Well, like another D6.
So how multiple people giving advantage works is if you, let's say you and Billy both give Raycor advantage, you both roll a d6 and you take the higher of your two d6s.
Ah, I see.
Yeah, so it doesn't stack, but you do improve the odds. You know, if you roll a 6 and Billy rolls a 1, you know, it'd be like, okay, yeah, we're gonna make sure Raycor has the 6.
Well, those two got it. They already have advantage.
Very well.
So, question. Technically, doesn't us rolling with advantage because they're crates, advantage is separate, I thought, from...
For you, yes. Okay, sorry. Advantage is separate from you assisting. Is that what you're getting at, Kroll?
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask.
So yeah, if it's that is separate. So if someone assists you and you have advantage, those do stack. Those are two separate things. Because technically someone assisting you is not advantage. That's a roll they make themselves to assist you.
Yeah, sounds good.
So yeah, you would have an advantage and a d6 if someone wants to spend the hope in helping you. I'm going to say only Billy or Quilbert can, because Kroll and Echo are forging.
Yeah, we're forging. I was gonna say he could shout like no, like how to fold the body properly.
Yeah, that's true. I'm going to continuously shout and ask questions of Kroll because he is the body hiding expert. So if Kroll wants to assist me by giving instructions occasionally to my questions...
Sure, he just will not be assisting you mechanically because he has no hope to spend.
Sweet. Oh yeah, that's true. It's fine. It's the thought that counts.
Yeah, he's saying some stuff, but it's also like across the room. While you're
They're already dead. You can pretzel them pretty well before rigor mortis sets in.
Can I use Quilbert as a relay as I'm going through and hiding stuff? Can Quilbert be my relay and just run between us and give me the information for all the questions I ask?
Quilbert looks to Raycor. Raycor asks that. Looks to Kroll. Raycor is asking about... And then you answer, all right, yeah, I guess Quilbert can spend a hope to assist.
So we each roll a hope then?
You don't roll
Or-
anything. You have no hope to
I'm
spell.
I'm rolling
I
finesse.
have one.
Question mark.
Oh, you have one hope? Oh.
I have
well,
one. I got one home back.
Then you and Quilbert both roll a d6. And the highest of you would add to Rikor's roll.
And I'm rolling finesse. Question mark.
All right. You go with you'll add a 4 to your, and this is going to be a.
If we're telling him to bend bodies, maybe strength.
Well, no, it's easy to do that. It's about hiding them necessarily. It's
Oh.
not just about the strength.
So finesse.
This is actually going to be a knowledge
What?
situation. Yeah. This is
Okay.
more about like after
Uh,
you've observed the scene, it's kind of like, everything's already seen. Now it's like, what is the smartest place? Where's the best place to put them?
if anything, I would say instinct.
There are a lot of instinct rolls, but this is not quite spotting out what is good. Now it's about planning it. Right? This is planning the camouflage, so hiding it, making it not suspicious.
I'm just gonna put them in crates. That's.
Yeah.
I don't feel like one crate is more perfect than another.
Okay. So, if people do come in here, they just know people's here, things are off, they find the bodies quickly. What I'm saying is, if you're trying to hide the bodies to delay, a roll is needed. Strength
Oh,
is
well.
not necessarily the subtle thing to do that.
No, yeah, I was saying finesse because it takes control and like tinkering to hide a body without traces and signs that you something
Okay.
like you're leaving blood on the boxes.
I'll go with the finesse part.
Okay.
But it's not quite an instinct.
And with that, I sadly do have to head out just a scooch early.
All good. Is that going to be every day or just
No, just today.
just today? Gotcha.
I gotta get up for work early. So I will talk to you guys later.
Late.
Have a good night.
That is with fear, so I'll take the fear. But actually, no, I'll just be a douche. Take a stress. All right.
That was with the 4 that you rolled, by the way. So that's full 23.
Full 23. And you added that is with the 4. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
All right, it's with. Yeah. Did you take the stress?
Yes.
Gotcha. I believe that's all we have because Billy repaired the door. Now this all helps. This is just in case I roll off game, right? To determine
Right.
if someone does determine it. And if someone rolls natural 20s and figures these things out based on your guys' successes, that's a named character, for good or bad. That could be on your trail.
Gotcha.
And just good for plots, if it comes up. Or not. Quite easily, it'll just be nothing, right? No one understands what happens. But yeah. Thank you, Dungeon Delver peeps, our audience, for watching. This was our 5th session?
Yes. Session 5.
For some of you, 2 or 3 sessions. For the rest, 5. Alright. We will catch you all later.